This is the original law. 7.
This House is in session. Minutes of the meeting held on Tuesday, October 25th, 2022 to be deferred. Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the aforesaid minutes be deferred.
The question that the aforementioned minutes be deferred. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. The aforementioned minutes are hereby deferred.
Announcements by Your Honour, the Speaker. Excellency the President, petitions, papers, government notices, private members' notices, notices of questions, reports from select committees, first readings of bills.
Honourable Member for St. Joseph. The question is that the aforementioned bill be read the first time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Statements by ministers, congratulatory and/or obituary speeches, personal explanations, motions for leave of absence, oral replies to questions, notices of motions for the adjournment of the House on matters of urgent public importance, orders of the day.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of Standing Orders 6, 16, 18, 20, 42, subsection 5, 43, and 44 for the remainder of the day's sitting.
The question is that the aforementioned standing orders be suspended for the remainder of the day's sitting. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. The aforementioned standing orders are hereby suspended for the remainder of the day's sitting.
Government business, sir.
Government business is the order of the day.
7, in the name of the Honourable Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, to move the second reading of the Firearms Amendment Bill 2022.
Honourable Member for St. Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, for several years now, we have experienced in this country an increase in the illegal use of firearms. There's no doubt, sir, that this phenomenon has concerned every single Barbadian in the gravest possible of terms, whether they have been affected by it or not. The fact is, sir, that crime and firearm crimes, perhaps more than any other, have a ripple effect on our society because it isn't just the person who may have been injured or the person who may have lost his or her life whom is affected. Naturally, there's the deleterious effect, the damaging effect on relatives and friends. There's the damaging effect in the community from which these individuals would come. But then, Mr. Speaker, there's also the effect on the wider Barbadian society. And Mr. Speaker, I have said on several occasions now and I reiterate, that Barbados is still a safe society. It is a safe place for us to live and work. It is a safe place for us to raise our families. We've worked hard, sir, to make it safe and to keep it safe. But notwithstanding that, and I believe it is a fact, so I will say notwithstanding that fact, the presence of a firearm crime, the existence of a firearm crime can have an effect on all the rest of us, sir, because, and we've seen it here, we've seen where a gunman 2 or 3 years ago went into Sheraton Mall and killed another person. We've seen it where people go into communities and start shooting wild. We had an incident only last week where there was a drive-by shooting in a St. Michael community, 3 people injured. A few months ago, we had a situation where after a cruise, several people were injured by indiscriminate and wanton shooting. So, sir, there's the risk to the other people for whom there may have been no intention. But let me put it another way. Person A goes to shoot person B. But along the way, sir, person C, D, E, and F, there's a good chance that they, bystanders, innocent bystanders, might also be shot. You know, Mr. Speaker, there was a time decades ago then in Barbados, I think there was a there were some people, one taxi man I believe had been killed, it might even have been 2. And at that point, sir, Barbadians stopped patronizing places at night. That's right, in that hole. Because the taxi men felt that they were at risk. So they stopped working late at night. And when they did work, they refused to do the long trips. So, you know, sir, they weren't coming to St. Joseph. And as a result of that, sir, it had a damaging effect on the nightlife of Barbados because people were going out at night, but found that they couldn't get a taxi home. So no point laughing. So I'm using that, Mr. Speaker, to illustrate that the existence of a particular kind of crime is often going to have effects far beyond what you would ordinarily contemplate, sir. Now, I am happy, Mr. Speaker, that Barbadians are still going out at night. They are still celebrating life, especially life after the restrictions of COVID. And we want that for them. Mr. Speaker, as a parliament and as a government, it is our solemn and sworn duty to do all within our power to protect the safety, the lives, the livelihoods of Barbadians and the sanctity of our communities. It is our duty. That is what we are here for. And so as a parliament, Mr. Speaker, we are called on today to consider amendments to the Firearms Act. Now, there's been a lot of talk about crime generally. There's been a lot of talk about firearms. But let us rewind a little bit and put this in context, Mr. Speaker. Housewives or teachers, the average person in our society does not have any firearm in their possession. We have a regime, Mr. Speaker, of legal firearms, people applying for firearms to carry, to protect themselves. That is what our regime does now. Any firearm that is in a person's possession that is not licensed is an illegal firearm. The average Barbadian, sir, doesn't deal in illegal firearms. Illegal firearms is a characteristic of a criminal element in our society. And those illegal firearms, Mr. Speaker, are part of a larger criminal enterprise. That larger criminal enterprise is often associated with the trade in illegal drugs. But the fact of the matter is that the criminal element in Barbados has expanded beyond that. But firearms are one of their tools in trade. Mr. Speaker, I have made it a point of asking on every occasion when there's a shooting for some information on the victim. And almost in every instance, the victim is somebody who is known to the law courts or known to the police for serious criminal matters. Now, that is not an attorney general, that's not a Dale Marshall thing. From time immemorial, in the study of crime, they do, I think the term they call is victim typology. In other words, they want to see whether identifying the victim or whether there are any characteristics about the victim that will help to paint a picture which can in turn help to solve the crime. It is a startling fact, as I said, that in almost every instance, the individual is already well known to the courts, well known to the police as being involved in crime. And in instances where they have not yet had charges brought against them, they're individuals who have already found themselves under the watchful eye of the police service. Mr. Speaker, they are almost always male, the victims. They are almost always young. If you look at the number, at our recent firearm-related homicides, for the most part, there were young men in their 20s last weekend, a young man aged 25. They're almost always young, almost always male. And that should tell us, Mr. Speaker, that we, while we are not in any way in a crisis, we have a problem with our young men finding themselves into criminal activity. And at the outset, I want to welcome our latest minister, the Minister of State in the Office of the Attorney General, who will have responsibility for crime prevention. Traditionally, when people think about crime prevention, Mr. Speaker, they tend to think about the police force, about the police service. Because in their mind, the police service is not just about law enforcement. In their mind, the police service has the responsibility of preventing crimes from happening. That, Mr. Speaker, is a very narrow and simplistic view, not just of the work of the police force, but also on how our society functions. You see, Mr. Speaker, when a police officer is sent to train at the police training school, They're not trained in how to prevent crimes in Barbados. They're trained in investigative techniques. They're trained in use of firearms. They're trained how to respond to certain things. And yes, they do some elements of sociology and criminology and so on, but when they go on the beat every single day, if they see a crime happening, yes, of course, their job is to prevent it from happening. And if they get a call from the public saying something is likely to go down or we are seeing something, yes, they have a duty to come, get involved, and try to prevent the crime from happening, sir. But the police service only has a very limited role in crime prevention. And I'm not going to steal the new minister's thunder. I have a feeling that he wants to say some very important words this morning. I will leave that to him. But the point I'm making is, sir, that when we recognize that our young men, the shooters, the murderers, and the victims are all young men, then we have to ask ourselves, what are those things that we can do which have nothing at all to do with the police service to keep our young men out of crime? Now, Mr. Speaker, I noticed on the back page of a paper of The Nation, I think it was recently, somebody saying that it can't just be about charging people and locking them up. Obviously, the person who said that had just awakened to that fact. Obviously, they have had no knowledge of the history of law enforcement and the history of social work and all of those other things in our society. When we came to government, Mr. Speaker, in 2018, the situation in relation to crime was already out of hand. Who among us, who among you, did not wake up in fright when you heard about the gunplay and the shooting down Spring Garden one Kadooment Day, something that had never been heard of in our country? And for a decade, we saw this happening. We saw it happening, Mr. Speaker. There were incidents where individuals walked into communities in broad daylight and shot down people, left bodies lying bloody on the streets. But there are some who want to point at this administration as if to suggest that we are somehow failing in our duty to protect the citizens of Barbados. Mr. Speaker, let's put it this way. It is sometimes harder to turn things around than to get it started. You know, they say that a ship, Mr. Speaker, it takes about 5 miles before it can get to stop because of its size. It has a momentum, and you can try to stop it all you like, but it will never stop right away. What about your car, sir? You're driving down the road, something happened, you got to press brakes, but your vehicle's not going to stop immediately. It takes time. You've applied the brake, you've applied the pressure of the brake, but it's going to take time before your vehicle comes to a halt. Deceleration. And Mr. Speaker, we, long before we came to government, recognized, sir, that the criminal element in Barbados had become emboldened, and we were visited with shootings in broad daylight. And we said then, and I will remember it, we were ignored. But as the spokesperson on law and order, I said then to the last administration, this is not about you. This is not about a DLP government. We have a problem in Barbados. Let us sit down, let us reason, let's talk about it. I remember it well. Crime does not see political stripes or colors. I don't think there's a criminal anywhere in Barbados who makes a determination on who he is going to shoot, rob, rape, kill, whatever, based on whether they are BLP or NDP. I've never heard of a criminal who will turn aside from somebody because they see a picture of Earl Barra or Tom Adams hang up in the house. Crime does not respect political affiliation. And I remember being in the opposition office and speaking to the press and saying, let us sit down together. This is a problem that the country is having. Don't feel that the Democratic Labour Party has all the solutions and can do it themselves. Mr. Speaker, that entreaty was ignored. That entreaty was ignored. We came to government having published a document called the Covenant of Hope 2 years earlier. And in our Covenant of Hope, we said to the people of Barbados, this is what the Barbados Labour Party stands for. We hadn't won the government yet. But seeing what was happening in our country at the time, we understood the significance, we understood the importance of grappling with crime. And in our Covenant of Hope, sir, and I believe it's a document of the House, we said that the first call on our national resources would be for law, order, and citizen safety. Mr. Speaker, we did not wait until a manifesto came to say that. We did not wait until we won the election to say that. We did not wait until we were being put through the fires to say that. We said it long before we came to government. Mr. Speaker, because we understood even then, we weren't in power, but we understood that we were going to have some monumental issues ahead of us, and we needed to determine what our direction would be. Mr. Speaker, I believe that if you threw it out to Barbadians, some would say the first call on national resources should be health. Some will say the first call on national resources should be education. If we cast it out to Barbadians, we would never come up with the same answers. Do you know what an act of bravery it is for an administration, for an administration in waiting, to determine long before we come to government, here's an issue, and we're willing to commit as our first call on national resources, law and order and citizen safety. And when we came to government, Mr. Speaker, you know, there are some who simplistically want to say, oh, well, since the Barbados Labour Party came to government, we had more murders. Statistically, of course we did. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? The persons committing those murders, 10 and 15 years before, Mr. Speaker, they were in Sunday school. 10 and 15 years before, they were in our secondary schools. 10 and 15 years before, they were on our school buses. 10 and 15 years before, sir, they were walking through town unruly. But perhaps nobody felt that it was important to engage in a little crime prevention then. And so we watched these individuals develop particular attitudes towards authority. They didn't wake up one morning and get a gun and go and shoot somebody. They were involved in criminal activity for a number of years. And as a society, We were all failed by the last administration because they chose to do nothing. I'm not going to talk about the last administration in this debate. I've said enough about them. I'm going to talk about what we did. When we came to government, sir, in 2018, we found a difficult situation. We were determined that we would deal with it. And one of the first things we did, in fact, it was the first time in our history, Mr. Speaker, that a national security briefing was extended to anybody outside of the National Security Council. Perhaps most Barbadians don't know that we have such a thing, but we do. And we are briefed frequently on what's happening in our country. And recognizing that we had a serious issue to grapple with, for the first time, Mr. Speaker, the national security briefing was extended to parliamentarians. For the first time in our history, sir, the briefing was extended to members of the civil society. And when I say parliamentarians, I include the opposition, sir. The last administration never briefed us on nothing. But we briefed the last, we were in 2018, we briefed the opposition senators, because we recognized that we needed to hold hands and get this job done. We briefed our business community. We briefed all of our senior civil servants. Because, Mr. Speaker, it was important that as a country, we needed to devote our resources, we needed to devote our energies, every single one of us, not just the cabinet, not just the Attorney General, everybody had to pull weight. And Mr. Speaker, we've put a lot of social programs in place. I'm not going to steal your thunder, sir. Leave you to talk about those things. But we started it in 2018. We made sure that some community centers that were derelict and shut down, instructions were given, make sure and get them open back again. A variety of things were done because we understood that in order to steer our young men and women away from the apparent attractiveness of criminal lives, we needed to show them something else. And we did it. And yes, Mr. Speaker, we have been able to see reductions in the number of homicides. We've been able to see reductions in the level of crime overall. But let me remind the society of what we came to government and found. Not a working scanner at the port, sir. Not a working scanner at the port. It had not worked, sir, for 18 months. So thousands of containers coming through our port with weapons and drugs in them, and we did not have the technological capacity to spot these things. So, you weren't getting much luck with seizures of firearms at the port. We spent, I think it was about $20 million on a high-tech scanner. And that has started to pay dividends. But we've also been seizing a large number of firearms through various police operations. But let's understand this, Mr. Speaker. There was a period when firearms were coming in without much of a challenge. They were brought in. We believe they were stockpiled and available for use. But almost every day, sir, the Barbados Police Service has been seizing firearms, and I'm proud to say, sir, that we have been seizing firearms at a far higher rate than ever before. In fact, if you look over the last few years, I gave those statistics publicly recently, you would see that the number of firearms being seized by the police service was increasing on an annual basis. I believe now, sir, that the number is well over 100. And that, I don't think that has anything to do with the 30-something that we found last week. So we are making a dent, sir, any number of firearms that are available, that are on the streets for people to do this kind of criminal activity. But, Mr. Speaker, don't let's fool ourselves. You think we got all? We didn't get all. We've not got all. So that is a job in progress that we have to tackle day in, day out, to continue to reduce the numbers of firearms available for illegal activity. But let's get this straight. The more efforts we put into it, it seems as though there are things happening overseas that present problems for us. If you consider the remarkable ease with which you can get a gun in the United States, or guns, the guns that make their way into Barbados illegally, are overwhelmingly out of the United States. In New York, earlier this year, there was a case brought against the state government because they had passed a law which said you will only be able to get a firearm if you can prove that you are at risk. In other words, we will let you get a firearm if you can prove that your safety is at stake. It was thrown out by the New York Supreme Court. They said, what are you talking about? You have the right to bear arms. And so we had a situation recently reported in the press, happily now those firearms made their way into Barbados, where 2 Barbadian young men living in the United States could go and buy 30-something firearms, 45 it was, to ship to Barbados. It is as easy as anything. So that is what is happening over there. So when it is easy for individuals to get guns cheap over there, then that's what they're doing and sending them here. And we're doing a remarkable job of arresting them, but Mr. Speaker, in that regard too, we don't get all. So this is an issue that we recognize has to be tackled from many fronts. We have to tackle the overall issue of crime. What are the drivers of crime? Now, Mr. Speaker, anybody would tell you, in fact, I know, how to put it now? I guess for the first time in our history, smiling is a bad thing. I don't mind the name Guy Smiley. I always learned as a child that you catch more flies with honey than vinegar. And when you got your face set up, one won't even come near you. So, not having many physical attributes, I started to smile from early. And I continue to. I make no apologies for it. But, Mr. Speaker, as I was researching something some time ago, I realized that the former Attorney General said in a speech, why are you all not looking at the parents of these children? And I said, well, if he could say it, well, I could say it too. On a serious note, every day somebody is calling for the head of the Attorney General. They got my poor mother perplexed because she really feels that somebody over here want to chop off my head. She called me in a panic one day. Mr. Speaker, whoever wears the hat of Attorney General has a duty to perform. I felt when we were in opposition that the last person in the seat was not doing his job. I felt he was not communicating with the public. I felt that he was not communicating with the opposition. I felt that when they had the shooting on Spring Garden, he should have been able to find him on his cell phone at the same time. I had all those things, okay? I judge him and his performance objectively. But Mr. Speaker, the time, as hard as it may seem, has come when we need to ask ourselves, When a young man at age 25 or 30, let me sit with 25, goes through a revolving door of prison, committed his first murder at 18, goes into prison, gets bail, comes out, shoots somebody else, go up again, get bail, comes out, shoots somebody else. And every man, Jack, wants to blame the system. So they blame the judges for gaining bail. They're blaming the Attorney General for general purposes. They blame prison because prison did not succeed in rehabilitating the offender. And then they blame the Attorney General again because you got to get back around real fast. Who blames the parent of a child who at 18 years old, having just left school, picks up a gun and shoots somebody? This is not about, I'm not here to castigate anybody, sir. I know what the headline will say tomorrow. But, sir, let us accept that when we sit in our homes and we feel that our only role is to apportion blame, when we feel that our only role is to identify this cause and that cause, without looking at some of the early causes, when we do that, sir, we are fooling ourselves. We're fooling ourselves. I got a call from a teacher who said to me that one of his students, well, he told me, deal with it as an education matter. One of his students had not come to school. And apparently that student had not been home the night before. And in his words, it appeared as though the parents were not particularly concerned. Now, Mr. Speaker, my son is 22. He went to a fete the other night. I tell you, son, the fete done at 1, I want you home by 1:05. He showed up at 2:30. I couldn't sleep. But we have situations in Barbados where people don't seem to understand that the directions that our young people go, the misdirection, the wrong road, it don't start when they're 25. It often starts when they're 10 and 11. And the former Minister of Education will tell you that she knows of instances where 11-year-olds at our primary schools come in school with weapons, and you want to blame the Minister of Education. Where do they get the weapon from?
The death on Christmas time, on the birthday of the deceased, and the list goes on and on and on. The needs of the children that are left behind. But if that ain't get you to sit up and care yet, sir, let me add on the use of the QEH beds for surgery and to hold the injured, so that when you or I or my grandmother or yours can't get a surgery, can't get a bed, can't get a gurney to put in the ambulance to go to somebody. If you're interested to understand where this falls, I hope that I am painting the correct picture, that we are all in this together. There's a lady who was going to buy bread, sir. Buy bread. Something that many people eat, that they make it back home. There are people who went to Sheridan to shop. They've been in a war with anybody, sir. So if you feel all of the criminals kill themselves, anything with I don't kill all themselves, lock up all and kill all them, it don't work so, sir, especially in 166 square miles. Does not work like that. So, sir, I would like all Barbadians to look into the mirror, not only for a mirror image, but to ask themselves the question, are you ready to take on this fight? Because I am. And I want all Barbadians to answer the question, are you ready to wise up? Parents, are you ready? Fathers particularly, are you ready? Teachers, policemen, artists, DJs, the whole media, opposition, church, neighbors, are you ready to pledge allegiance to your country, Barbados, and to your flag, to uphold and defend their honor, and by your living, to do credit to your nation, to do credit to my nation, to do credit to our nation, wherever you go? I want Barbadians to ask themselves the question, because do not think about the cost of doing this. I want us to think about the cost of not doing it, sir. And with that, I want to pledge my full support to this Firearms Amendment Bill 2022 and ask that all Barbadians rally together as we take on this fight. Sir, thank you.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following after the Honourable Member for the City, I want to first of all commend him for his appointment to this new position. I think he has demonstrated just from that maiden speech yet again in this chamber and in this new role, his seriousness, but also his commitment to being able to not only help our young people, but to bring the real life situation of what is happening on the streets in this country to the people of this country. I want to state from the outset that as a member of this government and certainly as a sitting MP for St. Michael, one of the areas in this country where we often have a lot of crime concentrated, that I wholeheartedly support the amendments being made to the firearms bill. I do so because, like many of the other honourable members in this chamber, and in particular the ones in St. Michael, I have had to also experience the grief, the trauma, the disruption of lives in a community as a result of gun violence and as a result of violence generally, because I really feel that while we are here to talk about firearm offenses, the truth of the matter is that this debate is also about the level of violence in our society in all its forms, sir. In my community, in the St. Michael Southeast community, I have seen the impact of our young men in particular brandishing their guns to shoot in response to perhaps a strong word, an issue over their illegal substances. They don't like the attitude or the way somebody looks at them. And a whole war sometimes takes place, sir, over the inability of our people to be able to deal with conflict resolution. And too often it has ended in a situation where someone ends up losing their life. Sometimes it is intended, sir. Other times, the reality is that it is not. But we all know as lawyers what happens, even if you haven't intended those consequences, that especially when you're not trained to use the firearm, that it can very often end in a situation where not only the intended recipient, but also other persons who are living in the area or within the community also become the victims of crime, sir. I have had young people sitting liming under a tree, getting gunned down because they were not the intended recipient of the bullet, but they were, as a result of being in the wrong place at the wrong time, or in the right place, but at the wrong time, lost their life because somebody decided that their life did not matter, sir. So I couldn't come here this morning on something as important as this firearm amendment bill allowed the AG to speak, the honourable member for the city, and I know all others are lined up and queued in because we've all been impacted by this. I couldn't come here this morning, sir, and not speak to the seriousness of these changes that we are intending to make. I sat in an opposition, sir, where from on the other side, I heard members of the last administration accuse people like me of mingling with the people who were on the blocks, assaults on my character because I attempted to go into communities to talk to our people, and our young people in particular, to bring an end to gun violence and violence in all its forms within communities, sir. Because there was a time in my community where there was almost an imaginary line across their pasture, the Parkinson Field pasture, where you could not venture if you were not part of one block or you were not part of another block because of the seriousness of the gun violence in the community, sir. That is how crazy it was at one point in this country. And I sat on the other side being accused of those things. You mustn't mix with people at a certain level. You mustn't condone behavior. Not that I condoning it, but I believe that if I am to be part of an administration to effect change, I must also understand the way people think, the reasons why people are engaging in criminal activity, and also being part of a system that is able to help them make better decisions and to understand the consequences of the decisions that they have taken, sir. So when they say, sir, that some of us will socialize with certain elements in society, we do so not because we condone, but we do so because we are trying to get to the root cause of the problem, to be able to not be part of the problem, but to be part of the transformation in our society, sir. It is why this administration came to office and immediately set about to do the Building Blocks program. I have been the beneficiary of that program, and I have seen in St. Michael's Southeast a transformation of young men and women whose blocks were once on the target list for the police, being able to now sit down in a classroom and learn how to do entrepreneurship, sir. Learning how to run a business, seeing themselves now in a completely different light than the rest of the public perhaps perceive them. But they now feel empowered because we have given them an opportunity to be able to own their own space to operate their business. And sir, you know what is interesting? You know, people will say that the young people don't want to see these changes, but I can proudly stand here and say that, you know, there are times when you tell yourself that people don't want to be visible. The blocks don't want people to see what is going on. They're happy to see all the bush and the trees and hide behind the old canteens in a community. But I'm proud, sir, to say that in my constituency today, because of that Building Blocks program, young men and women want to see a transformation of their community, want to see the old structures that would have created a belief by people traversing an area that they were nobody or that they were to remain at the bottom, all of a sudden uplift them in a way that they now want to be part of the mainstream society, the mainstream economic activity within this country, sir. And other members can speak to how the Building Blocks program has transformed communities. I wish we could do more. But of course, it is done according to how the finances permit. But I say, sir, that I've seen the transformation of blocks that traditionally gave the police hell, gave our communities hell, because of issues of young men brandishing guns and shooting at each other. And what does it say, sir? Because I give that reference because it means that just as we have given the support to the Attorney General to have somebody within his ministry who has a deeper appreciation of what happens on the streets, it speaks to a government that is not just prepared to lock up people at will, but a government that understands that, as the AG says, you don't wait till you get get to 21 and pick up a gun and start shooting. There are social conditions, there are things within the households that lead to the consequences that we see in our society. When 10 and 15 people are living in a household, sir, in densely populated communities across this country, when they are being raised, or young men and women being raised, in some cases in single-parent families, fathers nowhere to be found in many situations, no kind of father figures, no positive images in their lives to tell them right from wrong. They're not even getting any level of religious instruction to at least give them a foundation to decipher right and wrong. We understand that those are the societal issues that we are confronting, and unless we address the issues of the 10,000 households in terms of homes to be built to ease the pressure on communities, unless we are able to ease the pressure in densely populated communities, sir, we also as a society are contributing to the same problems that we are here trying to address today. Because if the household is too cramped, people go outside on the block. If mother and father don't have enough to put in the children's pockets to send them to school, the drug lord or the lead man on the block is going to find a way to give it to them. If it is that a pair of boots needs to be bought for football because the youngster show that he's up and coming and promising, and there's nobody, no godfather. Many of these children don't have godfathers, they don't have fairy godmothers. They got the parent and the siblings, and plenty of them. And oftentimes they turn to the people who offer to assist, and that assistance comes in many, many, many forms. From the mother who asks the drug man to be able to assist him or her. From the child who needs the food, to the little change to be able to get to town or to get a pair of shoes bought for them, sir. That is our reality. So the AG is perfectly right. It does not start when the child first holds the gun, the young man first holds the gun. It starts from before. And that is why our programs on coming to government have been focused on trying to address the issues with our young people. The programs within our schools have been focused on that, sir. We had a program once. I remember my first introduction to marijuana and hard drugs was under the DARE program. Many of you would recall there was a program where police officers used to come into the schools, and they would actually show you the various illegal substances. They would talk to you within the school environment. People used to look up to police officers because they came in their attire, but they were talking to you as a student and explaining to you not just what they did, but about the dangers of drug use and abuse, and about gangs in this country, sir. Under the last administration, those programs were taken out of our system. And this administration has made that commitment to ensure that our police get back to a level of policing in this country where they are in a position to go back into communities. I have an excellent police officer in St. Michael's Southeast that I work with on various programs, sir. That is it. Community policing is at the core of this. There are many students who, when I was Minister of Education and I would go to the graduations, would ask me, when I ask them, what they want to be when they grow up, many of them tell you that they want to be a police officer because they admire the persons in uniform. As a young child growing up in primary school, they want to be a police officer. But sir, the difficulty is, and I can talk it straight today, because the difficulty is that by the time they turn 13, 14, 15, and they become more acutely aware of what is happening and about selecting professions, we then have creeping into our society through the music and other influences a situation where you are told as a young man, you mustn't snitch, that you mustn't tell on anybody who is carrying a gun, that the police, you don't want to be an informer. A lot of these things, and as somebody who has been involved in music and been working with artists all over the world, I do understand the influence that music has on a population, and in particular on impressionable minds. If you are from a certain class in this society, you can hear certain music and it's not going to make you take up a gun, a knife, or anything and become lawless and reckless in this society. But if all that you hear every day is the glorification of the holder of a gun, shooting down people, killing people, not caring about life, sir, that is your reality. And we as a society need to understand that our reality sometimes and the reality of others is at cross purposes. Not for us to judge, but we must put ourselves in a position where we understand that our reality, our ability to make decisions in terms of right and wrong, comes because sometimes we may have a different position. It may be our different experience. We may have the mentors, we may have the sound parental guidance. But there's a large percentage of our people, in particular our young people, who don't ever get that. That is why, as members of parliament and as people who are in a better position to be able to help, I make the call for people to get off their high horse, sir. Get into communities. If you care about what is happening in our society, ask yourself, when last have you been that individual to help a young man or woman, mentor them in some way to be able to help them to make better decisions, sir? How many people can say that? Because sometimes we turn the other cheek. We don't like to deal with these issues. We are afraid to basically step into communities because we don't know what is going to confront us, sir. But the truth of the matter is, the member for the city, many of us in this chamber, are able to go into the communities and get to the root cause of the problem. And to be able not only to empathize, but to be able to mentor our young men and women in a different way, sir. And there is more that can be done by our country, by our people. If they say they care, all of our service groups need to do more in order to make sure that not only you have the breakfast programs in communities, but that you have the teenage programs to be able to teach men to be men and boys to be able to grow into men and good men, sir. That corporate entities are able to start back programs within communities, giving back of their time and their services. Because it is the positive influences in all of our lives that have put us here. I heard the Honourable Member for St. Thomas giving me a story this morning about her younger days and how she has progressed in life, even though the start of her early days was not an easy one, sir. You were there with me, Mr. Speaker, and you heard that her circumstances did not leave her in this position in which she started. But sometimes it requires that adult or that other person to be able to step to the fore to be able to show you a different way. And all I'm saying, sir, is that we all are in this together. This is not the parent whose child has gone astray's problem that was brandishing the gun. This is not the sibling of the child, the person who has tried to shoot somebody's problem. This is our problem. One of the things that struck me when I was Minister of Education was a study that we did on the children who were creating the most challenges within our educational system, the ones that we tend to call deviant. When we dug a little deeper, we sent in the psychologists and the sociologists and all of the rest of the team from within the ministry, sir. You know what we discovered? Many of these children had also been the victims of some level of violence as well, whether in their households growing up, or they were still experiencing levels of violence. But one of the things that stood out, sir, was the fact that many of them were dealing with unresolved grief. Grief as a result of their father getting gunned down in a community. Grief as a result of some family member being violently taken as a result of whether gun crimes or knives or some other violence, sir. And the reality is that many of these issues, we think that because these young people, they're children, so they don't know any better. But in densely populated communities, I'll tell you this, many of our children, they don't separate the children from the big people talk. So the children hear the same things that the adults are talking about, which in some households, the children, you will tell the children, this conversation is for you. I have been in households where in tragic situations as a result of gun violence, the talk is talked in front of our young people. They hear who the revenge is going to be taken on. They hear how many shots the person got that took their relative's life, sir. And they must pick up themselves and go to school on the Monday as though nothing has happened, carrying with them the anger, the transferred fears and angers that the adults have transferred on to them, sir. That is our reality. So when you see the children acting out as well, beg the question, how our children have gotten there. And the call, therefore, is not just for parents or to place blame on parents or to say that the parents need to do more, sir, but for parents to also understand their responsibility to their children as well, that we as a society have a responsibility to our children, that our children are seeing the social media posts of people bleeding to death in the road, gunned down by some other person, sir. That's our reality. Every child now has access to some kind of post on social media. So it's no longer hidden from children the dangers of guns and what violence can do. But when you see it and you don't have a context or an explanation as to that this is not the right way, then you come to believe as well that it is okay as well to post these pictures or in some cases to be violent as well. These are the things that we need to dig deeper into, and parents need to pay attention to that. Our counselors within our schools have to pay attention to that as well, sir. But I couldn't also stand here and say to you that as we talk about tightening the position of the police and the courts in relation to firearm offenses, that we don't also have some issues in relation to how our police at times may treat to their investigation of crime. Because again, I come from a community where I can tell you we don't have criminal activity taking place. It's all over Barbados. But what has been introduced into our culture in recent times is a situation where on any occasion where the police go into communities, you have a situation where people start to whip out their cell phone. And in so doing, it means that the officer is now put under even more pressure to ensure that procedures are followed by the letter of the law, or otherwise they are going to be videotaped and that video gets disseminated to the general public. Now, my difficulty is twofold, because I believe that if officers go into communities, they must do their job, but they must do their job according to the law. If they are going to arrest people, then they need to follow the rules in relation to those measures of arrest. Equally disturbing, however, sir, is the fact that the public believes that it is okay to post these images and these videos on social media because they feel now as though the only way that you are going to get any kind of satisfaction from complaining about the behavior of the police is if you take a picture or a video and you post it all over social media to show that the police have entered into your community, okay? And sir, I think that just as we have had to do with all other areas where we try to talk the country through these things are not right, sir. The police need to get their approach right, but equally, the public has to appreciate that everything can and cannot be posted because it doesn't look good. The other thing is that you have a situation where we need to make sure that our officers are continuously trained in the use of their own firearm, because I am mindful that you have a situation in this country where these young men who are brandishing guns have never been on a range, don't know how to use the gun, and in some cases, as I said before, end up with unintended persons being shot and killed. And therefore, my call is to strengthen the training of our police officers in this country, because our officers must not be made to feel as though they are to live in fear going into communities where they know that the criminals have bigger and better guns than them, or because they are going to shoot wildly, that they have not had the benefit of as much expertise in terms of training to shoot. I ain't tell no police officer go in and shoot and kill nobody. I'm saying if you are going to shoot, you must ensure that you are basically as properly trained for those types of situations as much as possible, sir. I believe that the people who we speak about in terms of persons who carry firearms, it can't be just that you get the firearm and you have it because you've been at risk, but you're not either carrying it or that you are not ensuring that you yourself are also properly trained. And therefore, those are two areas that I think, both from a police perspective, but also from the persons who carry firearms. There are many people in this country, sir, who have obtained firearms and never go back onto the range to practice. That is the reality, because they probably think they will never use the gun. But I believe, sir, that if you have a firearm, then things must be put in place to make sure that you know how to use it in defense if in the event that a situation arises where you have to use it. I want to, though, commend the Royal Barbados Police Service, because the truth is that I don't know any other institution in this country that has been put under so much pressure within the last few years. And I don't say that lightly. Even during COVID, the police were put under pressure even then. They got a little ease to some extent, but in the same token, a lot of things started to brew within communities that the police are now dealing with, sir. And I say to you, Mr. Speaker, that I think they ought to be commended for the efforts that they've made with the very limited resources at times. I know that this administration, as the AG said, has tried its best to make sure that the Royal Barbados Police Service has been strengthened in terms of its surveillance equipment, in terms of all of the other aspects that would allow officers to do the job. And therefore, we are appreciative of the efforts made by the service in order to wrestle to the ground criminal activity. My only caution is to make sure that due process is followed so that you do not have, Mr. Speaker, to have our people calling on you for intervention in the law courts. That is all I ask. But I am a firm believer, especially in my constituency, that we cannot uphold people fearing for their lives. I have no difficulty with the Royal Barbados Police Service doing its job. Huh? Royal Barbados Police Service doing... Huh?
The Barbados Police Service.
Barbados Police Service, sorry, sir. Doing their job. I just ask for the dispensation of the justice, the intervention to be done in a manner that the general public is comfortable in relation to the execution of their duties, because they will get more cooperation when they do the right thing. And we all know that situations escalate, sir, but at the end of the day, once they are doing the right thing, they can't go wrong within this country. The persons who this amendment is intended to address, sir, are the persons who may be involved in gun crimes and who may be contemplating getting further involved in gun crimes, not the ones who have already wrapped up a number of criminal convictions. We're dealing with the ones that are on the verge of committing, because we have a responsibility to protect this society. And it isn't just about tightening it so we lock away a couple people and get them off of the streets, sir. I would want to see that in terms of our rehabilitation, that we take another quick look at the rehabilitation in our prison. That we take a quick look at the fact that many of these persons, the statistics will show, they come back out. And because there is no structure to be able often to deal with the reintegration into society, the reality is the families don't want them, because they don't want nobody who has been to prison in the house. The families may even be fearing for their own lives, because whoever the accused may have interfered with, there may be a barrage of persons waiting to knock him off once he comes out of jail. And many families find themselves in a situation where they are fearful of being able to entertain persons coming back home. we need to look at this, because the chances of those persons reoffending is extremely high, sir, because in many cases you get the phone calls, ma'am, I want something to do. And easily they cannot be integrated into, say, the public service unless they are contract workers, or in some cases, unless the private entities want to take in those individuals, sir. And it is a challenge, because the reality is they are stigmatized the minute they have gone into the prison. They are stigmatized, as are many others, for other offenses, when they come out trying to find some form of gainful employment, sir. I hope that the Honourable Member for the City, in his valiant efforts in the ministry, the Office of the Attorney General, will take some of these things into account in strengthening the way we deal with the community policing, the way we deal with the rehabilitation of offenders, the ability to be able to give people at least a second chance to turn their lives around. There are too many people that we will often hear went to prison, and all of a sudden we find out about these great talents that they have. They become painters, they become chefs, they become all kinds of things in prison. And that too is a reflection not only on our educational system, but is a reflection on our society, because it means that we have not tapped in to the natural talents that many of these people have, because we have been so focused on trying to get people to a common entrance examination to be able to perfect their maths and English, but oftentimes forgetting that the little youngster might have had a good skill using his hands. But nobody didn't tap into that, because that doesn't get you to the top 7 schools in the country. So they're discarded. And the one thing I know about this administration is that we understand that the current system that we have in terms of education is failing a lot of the people who is the subject of this firearms offenses amendment, sir. I'm not saying it is the cause of why they end up there, but I'm saying that we have to look at the fact that you cannot tell me that they have skills in prison, but nobody from the time that they were in primary school right through to secondary school knew that they had any skills and were able to intervene and to tap into those skills in order to get the best out of them. And so, sir, we gotta look at this thing, we gotta turn this thing on its head. Because in our attempt to transform and to reform the educational system and to introduce the coding and the robotics and to focus more on technical and vocational training, we have to appreciate that it cannot just be about the maths and the English, but it must be about creating an educational system which taps into the natural talents of our people, ensuring that we have schools for the creatives, that we have schools that are going to be able to do the fintech, we have schools that are going to be able to exploit the languages, that a child does not determine, or a parent does not determine a child's destiny, that it must go to one of 7 schools, and if they don't go to one of those 7, that they're nobody. But that a child can determine, and its parents from early on, that it wants to go to a school specialized in a particular area because a parent recognizes that their child has a particular gift, that the child is somewhere on the spectrum, that just the standard routine curriculum in its current form does not cater for the true talents of that child, sir. And there were statistics done in relation to the persons who have been convicted of offenses at the prison. And you will see the statistics in terms of the schools that many of these students came from, sir. We need to fix that, because otherwise we become a part of the problem if we do not start to accept that the system that we have has served us well, but it has served some of us well. For the vast majority that are creating the problems and wreaking havoc in our society, it has not served them well, sir. Because I'm sure that the ones who pass with 100% in the common entrance exam are not up in the prison at this point in time. And we must ask ourselves, what are we going to do for the ones who are gifted, but gifted in different ways academically? that we must now tap into and to root out the difficulties that those young people will have, sir. This bill must send a message to the society that we are serious about gun violence, that we are serious about violence in this country, that we are not prepared to allow a society to back down because a few people in our society have difficulty with conflict resolution. It is also to send a message that while we intend to enforce the law, we're going to increase the number of judges to deal with the backlog, that we also don't intend to stop there, but we also understand and intend to address the social dislocation that is existing in our society. And I am comfortable that the programs that we have, while we can't reverse the hands of time overnight, that this administration understands that all hands are to the plow, and we have to make sure that our social programs are strengthened within communities, getting back community centers open. It is a blessing to my soul to know that lights are going into communities across this country so that young men and women have an opportunity to burn off some energy, sir, on the pasture. Because the thing within communities in the city in particular is that in the St. Michael areas is that once you have activities going on, you have a reduction in criminal activity. It don't mean a felling and sell a little sign here and there, sir. But our reality is that at least, as I tell the police, you know where people are. If they're on a football field or they're outside playing a 2020, you know where they are and you can police where they are. Our biggest problem is that sometimes we're not realizing that when we don't put in these programs, we leave the youngsters to go all over the place, giving the police even more stress. That is the reality, sir. But our programs are designed to try to bring back community life, to ensure that we strengthen our social programs so that we can deal with it. So whether it is our housing, whether it is the additional lights, whether it is the additional playing fields, whether it is ensuring that the social service reform is done so that people do not feel as though if they are struggling, that they are not treated with human dignity, sir. It is a whole of government approach, it is a whole of society approach that this administration has to embark on in order to turn around the tide that is sweeping through our country, sir. And so I could not, therefore, not be here and not participate in this debate. I want to thank the Honourable Member again for St. Joseph for introducing this amendment, and certainly the Honourable Member for Christchurch East, who I believe has also weighed in on other aspects. I know he will speak to the issues of the sporting provisions within the bill. But just to say, sir, that I'm fully support it, and therefore with those few words, sir, I'm obliged.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East.
Sir, I rise to weigh in on the Firearm Amendment Bill 2022, and I realize it has become my lot, and I happily wear the hat, sometimes to break down into simple language for the public what the actual amendments are, and to demystify the process that we have in here. Quite often, sir, when people don't actually understand what is going on, they run off with their own thoughts about amendments to legislation, and they have questions as to why not a new piece of legislation, why was this touched and not that, what does this really mean? And sometimes there's a distrust in the system. So I have happily, sir, put on the hat where I rise sometimes, sir, to simplify it so that everybody can follow what is going on. Now, sir, in relation to this legislation, sir, the intention was set out in the objects, which is at the front of the piece of legislation. And they basically, in summary, say that this bill would revise the offenses relating to the use of firearms, revise the penalties for offenses under that act, provide for licenses for firearms for the purpose of hunting and sport shooting, and to provide for related matters. Now, the Honourable Attorney General, sir, has spoken in detail about the other improvements to our justice system that we're bringing in to tackle the increasing incidence of crime. So I'm not going to touch those. He also outlined some aspects of the legislation So I will just expand upon some of those that I believe need clarification on. Now, sir, one of the amendments that was made was to the definition of what is an imitation firearm. Because the Firearm Act covers not only guns or offenses involving guns that can actually be fired, but also some that cannot. So what a lot of people don't understand is that if you have something that purports to be a gun or can be mistaken to be a gun, and you wave it around to cause fear to people, or you try to pretend that it is a firearm in order to extort money from someone, then you are charged under the same Firearms Act as if what you're holding in your hand was capable of being shot. The initial definition, sir, included the word toy gun, and that caused some confusion. So that was cleaned up, sir, so that the definition of an imitation firearm now means anything which has the appearance of being a firearm but is not a firearm, whether or not it is capable of discharging any shot, bullet, or other missile. I don't think anybody can be confused now as to what is caught under the Act. If you have anything that can be mistaken for a firearm and you use that in the commission of an offense, further down in legislation it talks about brandishing it. So you use it in the commission of an offense, then you can be charged under the Firearm Act as if what you were actually holding in your hand was a firearm. So people need to understand that. It is the fear that you cause to other people. Because if I pull a gun from my waist and point at somebody and try to rob them, or I pull a piece of wood that is cut in the shape of a gun and try to rob them, and that person turns and runs across the road and get knocked down by a car, it doesn't matter that it was not a gun, right? It is what fear or what did they actually interpret that my actions were capable of causing. So sometimes the fear of something, or as you know, sir, you tend to, under the criminal law, intend the natural and probable consequences of your action. So if I pull something from my waist that is incapable of being fired and point it in your direction and you get a heart attack, then I would be charged under the Firearm Act as if I had pointed a gun at you and you got a heart attack from it. And that could actually probably constitute murder. Now, sir, the Attorney General also spoke to the prosecution of offenses, and Section 29, which a new part of the section, it says any person who uses a firearm or an imitation firearm, whether by discharging the firearm or brandishing or otherwise using the firearm or imitation firearm, while committing an offense, is guilty of an offense. Sir, it also continues that a person who aids, abets, counsel, or procures another or conspires with another to commit an offense, and this act is guilty of an offense and is liable to the same punishment as is provided for that offense. So if I conspire with the honourable member for the city to go and rob someplace, and I arrange to pick him up afterwards, and he goes in and he does it with the firearm, and I, knowing he did it, go and collect him outside and whisk him away, or help him to burn his clothes, or otherwise conceal it, or conceal him in my house, sir, then I am liable to the exact same penalty that he is. So people need to understand now, it is not simply if you do it, but if you aid someone in evading detection or aid them in committing the crime, you are liable to the extent that they are as well. The government is removing all of the gray areas in its intention to deal with firearms. The harshest possible penalties are being provided for, so no one can be under any doubt whatsoever as to the position that the government is taking in relation to illegal firearms or firearm offenses. Now, sir, one other thing that I wish to clear up. The Attorney General had indicated as well that if you are charged with offenses on the Firearms Act, then if you have multiple charges, then the sentences are concurrent. We know, sir, that quite often you hear people don't understand what's the difference between consecutive and concurrent. Quite often you hear somebody is found guilty of X charge, charge 1, charge 2, charge 3, and the judge at the end said that these sentences run concurrently. it means that all of them are served at the exact same time. So if you have a 1 year, a 2 year, and a 5 year, you will serve 5 years being the longest sentence. Now, what this is saying is that if you have charges under the Firearms Act, for every penalty or every sentence that is levied on you, that sentence is in addition to the sentence for the other one and for the other one. So if you have 3 charges and the judge sentences you on all 3 to time, you add that time together, and that is what you actually serve. Now, that is very important for people to note. But it goes further, sir. It goes further. And this is to show how seriously we're taking this. If you get convicted of a firearm offense following this amendment, then the penalty that you get is served in addition to any other sentence that you are serving at the time that that offense was committed. So, if, sir, I had a charge for weed, I guess, or trafficking, and you got a 5 year for that, and I am then convicted of the firearm offense, and I go to jail for that too, I start to serve my penalty for the firearm offense when the 5 years for the other one has run out. So I don't want people to actually be confused. So it's not a case of you go and you plead guilty to a whole set of things and you just get your time, you throw your towel, and you serve out. Any sentence that you get once this legislation is now passed is tacked on to any other sentence that you are serving. So for the firearm offenses, the sentences are clear, they stand alone, and they're added on to anything else that you might be serving. Now, sir, this is a departure in terms of sentencing or recommendations for sentencing or penalties, sir, than we have anywhere else in our law. And it shows that the government is serious about what we are doing. We have carved out a space for firearm offenses. We have carved out specific legislation. We have created more judges to deal with it and bring it under control. And we also say, in addition to that, the sentences stand alone. Now, sir, in relation to the minimum sentences, sir, we do know, and the Attorney General did speak about it, and he said that minimum sentences have been found to be unconstitutional in a number of jurisdictions. The Privy Council has found it, sir. I think the CCJ has found it as well. So although it is for us to prescribe what we believe a minimum sentence should be, we must, at all points in time, retain to the judge the discretion to vary from that sentence. And we wrapped it up. Certain examples are given as to what should be taken into consideration if the offender was below 18 or whatnot. But also, sir, the judge has the criteria of exceptional circumstances. The law can't provide for every circumstance. And judges know what exceptional means. It's a legal term, it's a term in common English. If there is a circumstance in front of the court that the court cannot ignore, then the court has the discretion to take that into account in prescribing. The other thing, sir, under that particular section, where for the initial charge or the initial offense, the penalty is between 10 and 20 years. There's also a provision there for a fine of $100,000. So if, sir, the judge decides to not give you the harshest possible sentence, so on your first offense, they decide to not convict you with 20 years or not sentence you to 20 years, the judge still has the option, sir, to give you the 10 years, but tack on a $100,000 fine on there, which is usually an alternative fine for further 10 years or something. So we are making sure that even when leniency is exercised in terms of time to be sentenced, that there's still a monetary component, that you may not get the years, but you will get years plus money, which if you don't pay, yields other years. I hope I'm making myself very, very clear. I'm looking at some who are laypersons inside, sir, and I'm gauging by the nodding that it has been clarified. Now, sir, the other provision that is made in this amendment is for the creation of two other categories of licenses. As it stands now, sir, the license regime consists of a have, use, and carry permit. There's only one license that is prescribed under our laws as a have, use, and carry permit. So everybody who applies for firearm, technically speaking, has to satisfy the exact same criteria for have, use, and carry. Now, sport shooting is a big thing in Barbados, sir. A very big thing in Barbados. And those who wish to shoot for sport, an anomalous situation, sir, was created where the police took it upon themselves some years ago to use a stamp, a rubber stamp saying for sporting purposes. So because there was no separate license for sport shooting, you applied in the normal scheme of things, and everybody understood that this person intended to shoot for sport, and a rubber stamp was put on it on the normal license saying for sport shooting purposes only. Now, sir, that had no real basis in the law. And what happened a couple of years ago, sir, was that somebody challenged it. And they challenged it on the basis that that license or that stamp had no validity. And although they obtained a license understood for the purpose of sport shooting, that they should be entitled to have ammunition with that, and they can carry it. And the court had to uphold it because it didn't exist in the law. Now, another situation was created, sir, because of persons who shoot for sport or who shoot competitively. All guns are not the same. All firearms are not the same. I don't know, sir, if you ever had a chance to go and watch a competitive shooting event. Sir, it's like the difference between a Minimo and a Ferrari. Half the time, the guns that you see on television or you see persons with, or you see that the police have held when they publish those guns in the newspaper, a sport shooting firearm, sir, shaped differently. It has things sticking off to rest your thumb on, optic sights, other things for speed. And you could not, it's not a firearm that you can easily carry on your person. If you had a sport shooting firearm, sir, fully tricked out, I could not conceal that on my person without everybody knowing that it has something. It would be sticking out all over the place. So it is not apples and apples. Apples and oranges, sir. We have an active shooting fraternity in Barbados, sir. I think the discipline that we have most been often represented internationally at the Olympics, I believe, has been in shooting. Michael Maskell, sir, was a shotgun shooter, clear target shooter, and he was in the Olympics, I believe, since 1980. We have had a number of people shoot competitively in trap and skeet, and right now in Barbados, sir, at one of the facilities, I don't want to call the particular names of facilities, they now have Olympic standard design facilities for both trap shooting and skeet shooting, because we are trying to develop shooting as a sport and get more persons into the World Championships and into the Olympics. And right now, shortly to leave, sir, Barbados is fielding a full team at the CAC Games shortly in both trap and skeet. We also constantly see in the newspapers, sir, this team is coming back from competing at the World Handgun Championships, or you see the Barbadians with medals on. We don't tend to publicize it. I think it might be a decision on the part of the press, but we don't tend to publicize the accolades of those who shoot competitively for Barbados, sir, but they are serious, and there are many. Now, sir, I had asked your permission to call some names and make some references because I wanted to prove a point, sir. Now, as I said, sir, Michael Maskell has been shooting at Olympics since 1980s. We've been sending shooting teams to the World Handgun competition since 2014, and we're now fielding full teams in the production and standard divisions. Barbados teams have been on the podium in regional events in Grenada, Trinidad, Aruba, Suriname, St. Lucia, Jamaica, Martinique. And we are sending a full track team and skeet shooters to the CAC Games in Peru this year. Sir, with the ISSF Federation, teams from the Barbados Rifle and Pistol Federation have medaled internationally in 22 rapid fire and air pistol, and they recently came back from Guatemala where the team won 2 quarter spots for the CAC Games. David Seal just won an air pistol gold in El Salvador. We have people competing internationally all the time, and sir, we have, I think, the best female shotgun shooter, trap shooter, or skeet shooter in the English-speaking Caribbean. So Barbados is on the map in shooting. But because, sir, we didn't have the regime for sporting licenses, it created situations, sir, like one of our shooters had gone overseas, and in these competitions, you win medals, but you also win equipment. And one of our shooters did exceptionally well in an overseas competition and was given one of the most modern, up-to-date speed shooting firearms as a prize. He couldn't bring it back to Barbados because we had no provision for him to license it here. A number of years ago, sir, due to a challenge in the courts over multi-caliber firearms to sport shooting, an injunction was granted affecting the licensing of those firearms, sir, and for the last, I think, 10 plus years, those licenses have not been reviewed. So you have a situation, sir, where persons who held the licenses have not had to renew the licenses, but equally, no new licenses could actually have been granted either. So this has stymied and crippled the ability of our competitive shooters to shoot. So to remove that situation, which has been causing problems for over 10 years, it was thought fit, as we were amending the legislation now, to just deal with that because it was a problem and needed to be dealt with. In addition, sir, people ask about the hunting as well. There are monkey hunters, there are hunters in Barbados, sir, who are licensed by the Ministry of Agriculture, and they assist the farmers significantly. People who don't grow crops don't necessarily understand the reason that we have hunters in Barbados, sir, but the farmers understand very well. And one morning, sir, at the invitation of some of the persons who hunt in Barbados and who deal with the Ministry of Agriculture, I woke up the Minister of Agriculture early, about 5:30 in the morning, sir, and we went and collected him. We went out so that he could actually understand and we could get an appreciation at their invitation as to what is involved in hunting and culling pests, and in particular monkeys. And as I said, so if we go back to understanding that there exists at present only one category of license, it then makes it difficult to control all the other considerations at play. So with respect to the sport shooting, sir, the intention is to create an environment where someone can be licensed, given a license to have a firearm for competition or sport shooting purposes, but have no ammunition attached to that license whatsoever. So for persons who want to shoot on a range and compete on a range, you can now get a license, or provision is there for you to get a license, but you cannot have any ammunition attached to that license. So it takes away the anomaly that was created in the court case, sir. Now, further and apart from that, the intention is that those persons who have those licenses, that they can only have the firearm on them when they're taking the firearm from their place of residence to the registered club and coming back. And the intention is that even in transit, that firearm is supposed to be in a locked firearm safe or locked firearm box. There are boxes, sir, for the transport of firearms. So you cannot have that firearm on your person unlocked and you have no ammunition attached to it. It was interesting, sir, that the Attorney General consulted very, very widely with the shooting fraternities, with the BRPF, with the BRA, the Clear Target Shooting Association, and some of the dealers in Barbados. And rather than arguing for increased rights for the firearm holders, sir, for the sporting firearm holders, I think it was pretty much unanimous across the board that in order to preserve the integrity of competitive shooting, the hardest possible restrictions should be applied to the license and to the person having it. So if you have a shooting firearm license, sir, and you find yourself in breach of the conditions of your license, i.e. transporting the gun, opening the car, then you are liable to some of the same penalties that occur here. If you are found with ammunition, because if you have the sporting license and you're found with ammunition, the penalty for you is the same as somebody who has no license at all, who has ammunition in their possession. So it allows the person, the sporting person, to have their firearm, to be able to deal with it at home, to machine it, to make improvements to it, to dry fire with it. But you have no rights over and above the ordinary citizen who has no license to have any ammunition in your possession. So it removes that argument that people say that people who have sporting firearms may use the firearms in commission of offenses or least amount. If you do or you possess ammunition, sir, you're going to be in as much trouble as Joe Blow on the block who has no license at all. Now, why the separation of sporting firearms, sir, and hunting licenses? In St. Lucia and some other territories, sir, the two of them run together, so there's a sporting and hunting license. We took the liberty of separating it in this amendment, or creating a separate regime, because hunting necessarily involves firing. A person going to hunt or cull monkeys, when they leave where they're going, they're heading to where the monkeys are, where they're reported to be, where the farmers have called them to come to. So they obviously have to travel with ammunition and be in a position to use the firearm at a place other than a range. So the hunting licenses must necessarily attract some ammunition accommodation. So we thought it necessary to separate them because, well, you have to allocate some ammunition for the purpose of hunting. There is no requirement to issue ammunition for a sporting license because all the places you're going to use that firearm, sir, sell ammunition. And there are very strict requirements in dealing with the ammunition at the ranges, sir. If you get a box of ammunition, you have to sign for the box. You have to use all, or what you don't use has to be returned, and you have to sign for those that you have returned. And in some of the clubs, sir, I believe in most of the clubs, they actually do spot checking. So they do random searches of persons leaving. I could be a registered member, a member in good standing, well respected. And on leaving the club, they will randomly pick me and say, open your bag. And check to make sure you're not taking anything from the range that you otherwise should have. So I just want people to understand, and I need the public to understand, sir, that although now you see the creation of a hunting and a sporting license, this is not actually creating a new regime technically. It is cleaning up a messy situation caused by trying to administer different regimes under one category of firearm license as existed before. So as I said previously, sir, it was only a have, use, and carry, but the have, use, and carry purported to govern sport shooting, and it purported to govern hunting as well. And that created situations where sometimes people got rights that the police did not necessarily want them to have, or it wasn't intended that they have for the category or the purpose for which they carry the firearm. So I believe, sir, that captures the bulk of what it was that I was trying to clear up. I just wish to commend the Attorney General, sir, and the government and the police force for the work that has been done in trying to bring what is a clear and present danger to our society, sir, under control. People often ask, why is more not being done? Sir, the reality is if I pick up one morning and decide, having not conferred with anybody, that I'm going to shoot somebody, I decide in my head that I'm going to shoot John Brown. Sir, there is pretty much nothing that can be done by anybody to predict that. What has to happen is that the police have to try to catch me after I've done it. And this is where information comes in. We keep making the point, sir, that there's a whole of Barbados approach, that this is something that we require all of Barbados to be involved in. Every time you harbor a criminal, or every time you fail to disclose information, that may lead to the capture of somebody who is committing an offense, sir, you actually put yourself in danger. If you are living in a house next to somebody you know is dealing in firearms or dealing in illegal drugs, then the person that comes for them might miss them and shoot you or shoot your child. So it is for us to understand that we all have to play our part in bringing these scourges under control. The government has now done its part. We have shown our seriousness, sir, with the increased penalties, with the increased capacity in the court, with the innovations in the amendment bill in terms of consecutive sentencing, the sentencing plus the fine, and mandatory minimums except in exceptional circumstances. The government has shown its intention to have a zero-tolerance approach now to the use of firearms. It could not be any more clearly stated. The government has now done its part with respect to the legislative framework in trying to bring this under control. It is now time for the rest of Barbados, sir, to actually step up and let us play our part as well. Let us play our part. If we see something, say something. If you know something, tell someone. At the end of the day, sir, by giving up a piece of information, the life you eventually save might be your own. Now, sir, unless I can assist any further, I hope that I have served in some way to clarify, set a context, and to explain some of the intricacies of the legislation in a way that people can understand. And having said that, sir, all that's left for me to say is that I fully support the amendments to this piece of legislation. Thank you, sir.
Honourable Member St. James Central.
Mr. Speaker, I think that this would be an appropriate time for us to move the suspension of the House until 2:35.
Question is that this honorable chamber be suspended until 2:35 p.m. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honorable chamber stands suspended until 2:35 p.m.
(179) to do a number of things. To revise the offenses relating to the use of firearms, revise the penalties for offenses under the Act, and provide for licenses for firearms for the purposes of hunting, shooting, and provides for related matters. Mr. Speaker, I will begin my contribution by recognizing those persons who spoke before us. But also, Mr. Speaker, you know, my style is probably one that takes the bull by the horn rather than take him by the body or push him by the tail. And I will begin to say to this country, as it relates to violence, this government will not be intimidated and we will not back down. And why I started there, Mr. Speaker, because, you know, there's a quote that says, why is it that giving books is so easy? Why is it that giving guns is so easy, but giving books is so hard? And we're living in a world and a country today where the reality is that most acts of violence by the gun are committed by persons under the age of 35. We're living in a society today where the family values, though I hold strong to them, and community values, I hold strong to them, and I know members in this chamber hold strong to them. There's a section of society who don't recognize the importance of the foundation of life. The foundation of life taught within the homes, within the schools, within the churches and religion. The foundation of life that was taught within communities where we all grew up. And the communities where we aspire to be good communities where we can raise our children and feel proud. They don't have to go to university, members. But values are more important, in my view, than going on the hill. Because there are many people in this country who hold strong to values from within the communities, within the churches, within the homes, within the communities, who then go on the hill. So do not for once think that I am speaking about academia in my discourse here. Because we can have some hardened criminals who went on the hill too. But the question is, member for Christchurch South, do they truly have the values that you and I hold dear to? Member for St. Philip North, do they have those values? So I'm here today for the next 10 minutes to speak on this bill that is before us. And I go back. Why is it that giving guns is so easy, but giving books is so hard? And I utter those words because it starts within the homes. It starts within our community. And I heard members today, member for St. Michael Southeast, member for the city, member for Christchurch East, the Attorney General, member for St. Joseph, spoke only about what we as a country will do with respect to this legislation. The fact that we have indeed increased our judges, the fact that the backlog will be dealt with, and that persons who commit offenses, we will run the trials. A person who may go to jail for the use of a firearm and come out for some lesser offense will be run concurrently. But I wish to posit, though, and I said earlier that our challenge in this country, and the police, they come in after the crime has been committed. Yes, they try to solve the problem, but this is bigger than the police. And when you're going to point to the member for St. Joseph and ask him to resign, you should point to yourself and ask yourself the question, what have I done to create a just society? What have I done to impact my community in a meaningful way that the children and the children's children and those young persons can emulate and hold dear to those values that will prevent them from having so many under 35 children in prison? Don't point to the Attorney General. Don't point to him at all. Let's point to our homes. Let's point to our communities. And I will get to the ministry that I believe is fundamental and central to us resolving some of these issues. I once was in that ministry. Is now being run by the member for St. John. Don't point to the Attorney General. But I ask myself the question, you know, when I go to primary schools and I do motivational talks, yes, member for St. John, transitioning those young children from primary to secondary schools, I ask the question, how many of you go to Sunday school? And I'm ashamed to say to you, and this is within my community, and I have work to do too. So I'm critical of me. Firstly, I ask the question, how many of you go to Sunday school? And I hear the answers, I don't have shoes. Well, I went to Sunday school with children who didn't have shoes. And there are men today who will not pick up a gun to even look at it. There are women today who will not even mention the word gun as they traverse these walls and the streets of this country. So I ask myself the question, are we really doing what it takes to create a just, equitable, and developed society where our children can develop and release their true potential? And I'm talking about negativity. And I'm asking myself, if we're doing sufficient within the households, within communities, so that the last resort would be to imprison for 20 years. If we have to do that, we have to do that. Because there's some who have passed the stage now of even being able to talk to. There's some now that if you pass and you brush their shirt, they want to pull a gun on you. But I believe that by not being intimidated and not backing down, we can resolve a lot of the challenges within our society. And when a young man can be given $4,000 to become a shooter in a country, under 35, because most of them at Her Majesty's does the prison, and the Attorney General can tell you how many they are. I once had that figure. The member for St. John, he can tell you. The enrollment at the prison, I think it is about 80% of them are under the age of 35 in this country. When a man can be given $4,000 to become a shooter, fast cash, fast money has a price. And after 3-4 weeks, the $4,000 gone. Because of his values or her values, they will go, huh? Ain't gonna last that long, according to the member for St. Joseph. They're gonna buy the best shoes, the long necks, hairdos. Where are our values? Where are our values going? And I'm asking myself, even if I'm doing sufficient, you know, I'm very tough on myself with respect to the value system that I came up in. Member for St. Thomas, Stephen Llewellyn Sutherland, a pastor, an animal doctor. In those days, never went to medical school. They used to call him that. A lay preacher, an agriculturalist in his own right. I am asking myself, and I'm answering the question, if I'm doing enough, and I'm speaking for others, not just Dwight Sutherland, if we're doing enough within the churches, in the communities, to help these young people. And I'm going to go to a place now that I may be criticized, and I don't mind being criticized, because when I leave here this afternoon, I am going to a gospel concert at my church, at Ellerton Wesley Holiness. But I'm asking the question whether the churches, well endowed with cash, some of them, I don't want to call the denominations, I'm not going into that. I'm being critical of us as it relates to what we are faced with in this country. Whether we are really doing enough, whether we are spending our resources the right place, allocating the resources the right place. I'm not critical of the churches, like I said. That's a source of value for me. I came up in the church. But at the end of the day, what we are faced with now, and the Prime Minister, in her wisdom, she uses the phrase, we need to take fresh guard. All of us, but in the churches, in the schools, we need to take fresh guard. It is a different world we are living in. Well, I'm not here to go through the elements of this bill. And before I sit member for Christchurch West, allow me to speak on the aspect of shooting. Just remind me. We have to do more as a people. We have to do more as a people in this country. Building a sense of community, or a sense of self, social identification, and commitment to caring starts within communities, within the homes, within the churches, within the schools. I'm sympathetic to the member for St. Joseph in this discourse, and any Attorney General for a matter of fact, because at the end of the day, it's not the police alone who can solve this problem. So we can put all the necessary legislation in place to deal with those who have committed the offenses and try to deter them. But what are we doing with our 4-year-olds and our 3-year-olds? That's where it starts. I heard the Attorney General spoke today glowingly, and he brought tears to my eyes. His son is 22 years old, who goes out to have fun, and he can't sleep. Picture me with a 14-year-old who he ain't going out at night. He's just going out there to have fun with his students, and I'm worried that something stray might occur. And I have to be careful not to hover over him, but to give him the space so he can become his own man. This is a very serious debate. And if the country ain't understand where we are now, something is wrong. Let's stop pointing our fingers and asking the Attorney General to resign. Let's do some introspection among ourselves and ask ourselves, what are we doing to assist these families, these vulnerable families? What are we doing to help our communities? And I pulled up, I didn't plan to speak, right? But I pulled up This article, I can't make it a document of the House. There's no reference, Mr. Speaker, but permit me, Mr. Speaker, stop the violence in our community. It is easy to say you're against violence, but actively working to make the peace in your community is a little more difficult. It means you understanding what violence is, and you know it when you see it. And let me tell you, in June of this year, the Attorney General, I was traveling on Highway 2A, taking my son to school. And the Attorney General sent a message to me. This person just got shot, or this person got shot. I can't remember the deal. Sorry, the AG. And when I recognized the name was one of my campaign workers, who since 2013, I left my son with him when I went mount platforms, whether in St. Michael's, Southeast, platforms in St. Joseph. I recall I have a picture of my son with him in St. Joseph. Bathsheba standing, member for St. Joseph in 2013. Having been with him a week before, with a member for Christchurch South at Brayton watching cricket, and introducing the member for St. James South to this young man as one of the men who don't let me turn. Then taking him back home in that community of Greens, him and his other friend, Kevin Howard, two of them. You were there with me. At Brayton, well, he said not with me, but he was there. He's very, you know how he is, how the lawyers are. Yeah. You know how the lawyers are. He's in court now because he's going to speak shortly. So he's getting it right. But when I dropped him off, I never thought that I would receive any message from the Attorney General to say Romaine Mears has been shot dead in the St. George community. And I'm standing here with tears in my eyes. I did his eulogy. Every time I go to that community, and you all know Greens, if you understand St. George South, you know Greens is central. And I'm here standing with tears in my eyes. I did that eulogy. I had to take the strength to do that eulogy. Spent time with his parents. His father just went back overseas, and his brothers and his friends. From the bullet of a gun to his head. And through the windows of a house. And I stand here asking myself, Dwight, have you done enough to really address this problem within the communities? I didn't ask the AG that. I didn't ask the police force that. I asked myself, as a community leader, who's the president of a club, who form clubs, who go into homes, have I done enough? I question me. My friend is dead at age 27 years. Member for Christchurch East Central. Yes, you're looking at me. It is painful, me standing here to discuss this bill. But person's gone to jail for him. But can I put a dollar value on his life? How many persons you can put in jail to bring him back? You ain't going to bring him back. And I'm asking myself, have I done enough as a community leader, as a parent, as a mentor, to really quell this violence? Yes, the act of AG, and I am pleased that this government, we have done tremendous amount of work, and I'm going to mention some. I don't want to steal the thunder of the member for St. John, but he would understand. I was there in that Ministry of Youth that I think is probably one of the most important ministries in this country. That Ministry of Youth. We started an anti-violence campaign, and people laughed at it because we painted bus stop with Stop the Violence. That was part of a broader picture. It was Speak Off. Persons writing poems from schools brought tears to my eyes. An anti-violence campaign, and it should be broader across the country. And I compliment the ministry for it. And that's the ministry that treats, if we want to categorize youth as under 35, that's the ministry that treats with it. Member for St. John, I'm not sure what the category is now, because you might have adjusted it through policy. I haven't looked at it, I haven't seen it. But under 35, we speak about. And I'm saying to us that the time has come where this country must recognize that the future of our country, if we don't put measures in place, and this government continues to put measures in place to address the issues within education. We have persons who are going into schools to address school leavers, persons who are leaving primary, going into secondary, the school leaver tracer study. I can't speak policy here, but certain things we have to look at. Because I believe if you are unemployed in this country as a youth, you should give service. I think the Prime Minister believes that too. But we have started the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps, where we are taking at least 1,000 young men and women. Sorry about the COVID issue, because we couldn't do anything there, to enroll them in civics and the value systems and teach them, boys and girls. But I'm going to give you a life story. When I presided over that ministry as minister, there was a young man from in the area of Harris Gap. When we closed down the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps as a result of COVID, he was sent back home to his dwelling place, and he got involved in crime. The member for Christchurch West is shaking his head because that's in his area, and he ended up with a murder charge. And you want to tell me that he ended up with a murder charge? Had he been enrolled in the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps program, had we not had COVID, I believe we would have saved lives, many lives. But I just look at the member for the city, and him and I, before he came into public life officially, because he was unofficially in public life, he worked with me on a number of areas. We are looking at the jockeys, these young men, the Nation Fund Ranch, where you take all these young men and help save their lives. In the country, there is more to horse racing than just getting on a horse and riding. That is what we did. There are values that we taught these young men. There are about 20 disciplines related to horse racing. Grooms, the farrier, you know what the farrier is, and I can educate you on what a farrier is. The guys who repair the horseshoes, that's a farrier. And when I looked at it back then, I had no clue that that was a discipline. And horse racing is big in this world. And we have young men running around the garrison. And I'm asking us to fast track these things. Fast track them. You didn't speak on that, but I know you are passionate about that. Remember, for the city, I know your wings have spread now, and you have a lot, so sometimes you miss these things. But I'm here to support you, you know? And I'm saying, that's how we're going to save lives with the programs within the Ministry of Youth. We ain't letting it get to the police. We have to save lives in this country through these programs. And I want to thank the member for St. John, who has a vibrant youth program. You heard him on Wednesday night at Christchurch Foundation School. I'm not going to steal his thunder. He articulated many programs for the youth. This government is passionate about arresting and addressing the crime situation in this country as it relates not only to gun violence, but domestic violence, mental health issues that lead to some of these challenges. Your plate is full, member for the city. And you have full support from education. You have full support from housing. When you speak about housing, you know, I don't want to make this debate political, huh? Because at the end of the day, we recognize what we have to do as a government with respect to housing in this country, especially in the urban corridor. When a man wakes up and he wants a stool, he or she, they want a stool and they go to a pit toilet, how you think they're going to feel? I am keeping it real in this lower chamber today because people have to understand that's why we have created the pit toilet program, eradicating it. Because you feel a sense of pride. Nobody didn't want to be. You're going to be ducking and you're weaving when you go through that door and say, look, let me look and see who coming, and they rush into the pit toilet. It is real. It is real when you have to share toilets with 15 and 16 people. That's why we have a massive housing program. Some people might stool themselves when 16 and 17 go use the same toilet on the morning, and you know that's where you want to, you know, ease your system early on the morning, and you're competing for one toilet. This is real. This is no joke. But yet we are looking at the Attorney General and asking him to resign. He's my friend, but this debate ain't about him. Because I'm saying, you ain't going to find a more brilliant legal mind to put in that chair right now. So we need to stop it. This ain't about him. This is bigger than him. You could bring the member for Christchurch, CC member for Christchurch South. You could bring the member for the city. He ain't an esteemed lawyer, but still. You could bring all the lawyers to put in the chair, and if we don't address these situations and these issues within communities, I'm calling on the church to do more. I'm calling on the church to do more. In my community, I'm willing to partner with every single church. And we need to have meetings, not just like go to church on a Sunday and the priest pray for me. I want you to pray for them fellows out there who picking up the guns. Bring the parents in, let's have town hall meetings and discussions with the church and the government and the MPs. I'm a fan of the church. My value system is grounded in the church. But I'm saying we need to take fresh guard now as a church in this country. I am prepared to walk the talk. Like I said, my Friday afternoon this evening will be spent at Elton Wesleyan at a concert. I didn't know this debate was going to be today, coincidentally.
Your honourable member has 2 more minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I can go on and on and on and on. I had 2 deaths from a gun. One afternoon I left parliamentary party in 2013. It was fresh from winning a seat. And I got a call. You could imagine 2 young men making sport with a gun. Making sport with a gun. Well, we have amended legislation to address shooting as a sport. But making sport with a gun in a community that I ended up at the hospital until 4 o'clock in the morning with another family in 2013. Shamar Eiffel, good footballer for Elton FC. Every time I go to watch football, I remember Shamar. Died from the bullet of a gun. So I had 2 in my area. This is not a violent area. So you don't have to be in a violent area or an area, I don't want to use the word violent area, but an area that you may categorize as being hot. You don't have to be in those areas. You just have to be in the wrong place. I heard the member say, at the wrong time or in the right place at the wrong time. Mr. Speaker, while I want to commend the Honourable Attorney General and his team for the legislation, you know, the fact that we can amend legislation to allow shooting to be recognized as a sport and persons who are engaging in shooting to be allowed to carry firearms only for that purpose is indeed progressive. Because it is part of building an economy, it's a sport. And you have persons coming here for several, and I listed some of them. Shotgun council shoot, shotgun triangular shoot, IPSC shoot regional and international, football rifle regional and international. This gives the potential of hundreds of persons to come to these shores when they recognize that this country is progressive, forward thinking, and it has placed in its legislation amended the Firearms Act so that shooting can be recognized as a sport worldwide. This is progressive. This can boost our economy. Persons feel a level of comfort now. And indeed, there is the necessary regulations in place to address these issues so that persons who would think that they can come to apply for a license to shoot or to hunt, to cull, and then take it on the blocks, you will get the 20 years too, right, AJ? You will get the 20 years too. I admire shooting as a sport. Those of you who know about shooting, it is very calming, it is relaxing as a sport, just like golf and those other sports. But to take a gun that you use to shoot for a sport and to take on a block, to lime, it's indeed not the best thing to do. So I acknowledge the change in the legislation. Member for St. Joseph who's signaling to me. But I want to leave you with a quote though. And let me find it because I think it's a Nelson Mandela quote. This strife among ourselves wastes our energy and destroys our unity. My message to those of you involved in this battle of brother against brother, or sister against sister, or sister against brother is simply this. Take your guns, your knives, and throw them in the sea. And I will say to you, we as a government will not be intimidated and we will not back down. We intend to arrest the gun violence in this country. And I end by complimenting the Attorney General for the forward-thinking piece of legislation that he has brought here to bring some level of stability and respect back to our communities. But again, I ask us in our communities to question ourselves if this problem of violence and addressing violence among our youth resides only with the police force and the Attorney General. I'm obliged to you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Christchurch South.
I'm obliged to you, Mr. Speaker. I believe the business of today is meeting that constitutional mandate to make laws for the peace, order, and good government of this country. That is I paraphrase Section 48 of the Constitution of Barbados. We come to this debate, sir, in a social climate that has been unknown or is unknown to people of my generation, certainly, and people even younger than my generation. The Honourable Member for St. Michael East likes to quote a poem by Martin Carter, the Guyanese poet. And Martin Carter wrote that poem in the context of a Guyana that was in turmoil in the 1950s. I regret that I must quote that poem today in a Barbados of 2022. But I must do so. And I quote, "This is the dark time, my love. It is the season of oppression, dark metal, and tears. It is the festival of guns, the carnival of misery." It is that festival of guns today, Your Honor, that brings us to amend the Firearms Act of Barbados. that festival of guns, giving rise to that carnival of misery. Every week in this country, there's misery. Every week in this country, there are tears. And it is fit and proper that this Parliament should meet the constitutional mandate to make laws for the peace and order of this country that used to be a better place. As a government, we must be involved in the business of bringing peace and order. That is our business. It is the cabinet that controls, manages the day-to-day affairs of state. And I cannot find myself relieving any responsibility in saying that government must be involved. It has to be involved. The state is a very powerful human community. And the state, managed by a government, must ensure that the citizens of this country are safe every single day of their lives. And Your Honor, I come to you today to commend 4 broad approaches in arresting the crime that is afflicting the face of this country. 4 broad approaches. And I will name them in order of their immediacy of effect. The first response, Your Honor, is the military response. And I do not say that to alarm. I do not say that intending excess of action. But as between the Barbados Defense Force and the Barbados Police Service, they are responsible, well, certainly the police service, they are responsible for the domestic security of this country. And it is no secret that from time to time, the Barbados Defense Force joins them. And that is the military response. And I will not deal with that today at any length, Your Honor. I will just pause on that issue and say to you that I recall the United States intervention into Grenada in 1983. And it is said that some US soldiers said of the Barbadian soldiers that they were like policemen. They were gentle. They were not quite as aggressive as soldiers are supposed to be. And perhaps that is a tradition within the military forces of this region, and certainly that is a tradition within the military service of this country. Our police have been relatively and comparatively gentle compared to the police forces of other countries. And so I do not believe that Barbadians are urging any severe military response to this issue of crime and this issue of most violent and most foul crime in this country. The other response, Your Honor, is the legislative response, and that's why we're here today. Because this Parliament, as I indicated to you under Section 48 of the Constitution, has a mandate to pass laws for the peace and order of this country. And I commend the Attorney General for bringing this legislation today. Perhaps it should have been done earlier, but it is here all the same. And while I do that, I have received, the Attorney General handed me the executive summary, and I discover from that summary that the Law Reform Commission has had much to do with the passage of this legislation. And I therefore commend the Law Reform Commission under the esteemed chairmanship of Sir David Simmons for playing his part in the passage of this legislation which is before the House today. I'm not moved by modesty to say to you, Your Honor, that this legislation is rooted in certain action which I took around 2012, and I believe you, Your Honor, argued the same thing in a court earlier.
That is correct.
Indeed.
R versus Alexander.
R versus Alexander. I appeared in that case.
Correct.
And I challenged the constitutionality of the Firearms Act, and the court upheld my submission. I am not driven.
Minimum sentence.
Indeed. I am not driven by a modesty. Those are the facts. 2012. I am not driven by immodesty in saying to you, Your Honor, that with the departure of the former member for St. Michael Northwest, St. Michael North, I beg your pardon, in January, and the departure of the former representative for St. Andrew, I am now the most senior lawyer in this parliament. Immodesty does not bring me to that. I am expressing my authority on this subject. And when the Law Reform Commission was established by this Attorney General, I commended him for bringing legislation that was perhaps the most significant. And Sir David Simmons has been engaged in the business of law for over 50 years as a practitioner, as a member of this parliament, as a Chief Justice here, and now as the chairman of this commission. And I want to publicly commend this outstanding son of Barbados for the work that he has done in law and law reform over the last 50 years in this country. Your Honor, I've looked at two responses which this government must participate in, the military and the legislative. There's the socio-economic. And all ministries must join in socio-economic reform, Your Honor. We know that a country is not stable unless its people have fair access to the basics: food, housing, and clothing in adequate amounts. And that is why every government pursues the issue of employment. And it is not an ideal to try to have full employment in a country. It is just that every man and every woman and every child in this country should have fair and equal access to those basic needs of humanity. And I therefore commend the government again. I represent a constituency, and I will make a public confession now. I represent one of the constituencies that is probably among the most stable. It's a Christchurch constituency. But there are portions of that constituency, and this is my confession, that I would have found it extremely difficult to return to some of those people if this government did not give them employment. And it has not been the most glamorous employment, Your Honor. But I would have felt very guilty. I would not have been able to face them. And I rejoice with them every morning when they are able to leave home and to engage in employment, and beyond the engagement in employment, to engage in acts of dignity. Employment brings not only money, but it brings dignity to the lives of people. And again, whoever is responsible for it, whoever are the economic planners within this government, I express gratitude on that small number of persons, small in number but significant in their humanity, who have been able to find work with this government. I express gratitude, Your Honor. And so I've dealt with the military response of the government, which has been mild, and perhaps it has been mild in keeping with the culture of this country. We are gentle people, at least we used to be. I've dealt with the legislative response, and you will hear me associate myself with the passage of this legislation. I support it. And I've dealt with the socio-economic response, Your Honor. And I've congratulated the government for providing employment for certain persons within my constituency. It has brought salvation. They're not rich, but they're now rich in dignity, the dignity of employment. The fourth response is the larger response, and it is the most difficult one. Some of my colleagues have dealt with it. Permit me, Your Honor, to deal with that response, which I call the cultural response. The government must be involved in a cultural response as well. It is not the exclusive province of the government, but the government must be involved. I've indicated to you, Your Honor, that a government as manager of this state called Barbados, is an extremely powerful entity. It has access to massive resources, and therefore it can influence the state of life in a country. And I cannot associate with any view that says that a government must not be involved in a cultural response. Now, the sociologists will tell us they define culture as the totality of life in a community. A totality of life. Clearly, there are some persons who will have more of a responsibility than others. But the government has a responsibility in shaping the culture. It's a very powerful organization. It's a very powerful entity. It collects taxes for distribution among the social services and the other services that are rendered to the population. So the government cannot shed itself any responsibility to deal with a cultural response to this issue of violence. And I believe, Your Honor, that it is that cultural response. It is long-term. But I want to suggest to you, Your Honor, that it is urgent. It is urgent. Culture refers obviously to the habits, the practices, the norms. It is that totality of life. It is how we behave, how we function, how we relate to each other, how we pray to God even, that is a part of the culture. How we party together. I will not deal with culture in its entirety. Today, Your Honor, I want to focus on a facet of that culture. And I will warn those to whom my remarks are directed that today I am not speaking for the sake of popularity. I speak for the sake of principle. Somebody must stand up in this country and address the issue of a culture that is in decay. And I want to say boldly to you, Your Honor, that some of our musicians must stand up and give account, not to you and me, Your Honor, but to the children of this country, to the little children of this country who are now subject to the filth that they spread in their ears from day to day. Somebody has to give account. God gives talents to all of us. There's no talent that I respect and admire more than a musical talent. Try as best as you can with me. I would never be able to play a piano or guitar. I don't have that coordination. I don't have that talent. It is a great talent. But you know, Your Honor, that to whom much is given, much is expected. I will go back to the earlier parts of this century, this 21st century, by way of anecdote. And it is an anecdote, I hope, that will support the point I'm making. Sometime earlier in this century, a radio station held a competition. I think they do it every year. It is supposed to be People's Choice or something. And it comes down to a choice between the songs that are most popular among, beg your pardon, sir. It comes down to a choice, the people's choice, between the songs that are most popular. And then normally it reaches 2 songs in the finals. And some time ago, I think earlier in this century, I'm not going to call the names of the contestants, but one song made a statement, and that, please accept the pun, about love. It was a wholesome love song. And the other song, not going to call his name, but it was about violence. Get a bucket of water. I don't know the lyrics precisely, but I have a recollection. Get a bucket of water for your daughter, because he can catch a fire. And around that time, there were incidents of people assaulting women, men assaulting women in this country with fire. What is the message? One man sings about love in the most wholesome way. There was nothing vulgar in the sound. And the other man was advocating, and I don't apologize for the use of the word advocating. He was advocating violence against women. He may not be aware of the depth of what he was doing. But, Your Honor, you know who won the competition? The song about violence beat the song about love. And I wonder if that did not usher in the era in which violence has been glorified and glamorized in this country by men who have talents, God-given talents, but who have not accepted the responsibility to use those musical talents in a way that will uplift this nation. We all know that righteousness exalteth a nation, and sin is a reproach to any people. You are hearing the voice of a sinner. I am no paragon of virtue. I merely try to be a moral force for good. And I appeal to all my colleagues in here, all 30 of us, including you, sir, to be able that when we leave here and when we finish with the business of this parliament, to be able to say to our constituents and this country that we have tried to be moral forces for good. What is our business here? It's not about celebrity. It's not about glamour. There's no job as serious as what we do on a daily basis. We've come here today, Your Honor, to pass law to erase a scourge that is destroying this country. This is the dark time, my love. Martin Carter. And so I appeal to our artists and those whose lyrics, those whose content, artistic content, is abusive of children and who distort a child's concept and precepts of what life ought to be about. They're doing untold damage to little children in this country, Your Honor. Nobody has told them. We want to be popular, or are we going to choose principle? Let us be moral forces for good who choose principle today. Somebody has to say it to them. And I join with those voices who elect to ask our artists to rescue the little children. I saw a video last week. I don't want to be too hard on them. I saw a video last week of a primary school. No names. A primary school. And the children were in the yard in great revelry. Great revelry. And one of our artists was singing his song. And they were jumping and dancing. And they were repeating the words of the song. They're going to lick the bark off of somebody. And when they finish with that body, send the sister. Violence. I have not come here to deride them, Your Honor. I have come to ask them to meet their responsibility to the children of this country. When I was at school, we didn't start off with that. Your Honor, every time I hear the hymn, "New every morning is the love," or "Awakening and uprising prove, through sleep and darkness, safely brought, restored to life and power and thought." Up to today, some of my colleagues in here remember that hymn. And every time I hear that hymn, it transports me back to my school hall at Grace Hill, to my school hall at Wesley Hall, to my school hall at Harrison College. And to this day, it means something to me. What does it mean to a child today when he goes to school and before his classes start, he has to be repeating in a schoolyard with his colleagues? You like Mobby? Don't be afraid. And you can take the bark off of somebody. And when you're done with she, you can bring she sister. And that's how our school children start the day. Righteousness exalts a nation. Sin is a reproach to any people. One of the most pervasive human activities is music. One of these days, perhaps in a new parliament, they will not only start with the prayer, but they will bring one of our musicians in here to do a song, a wholesome and uplifting song. Music is pervasive and it is powerful. You go to church, you hear it. You go to seminars, they introduce music. Every human activity finds itself with music introduced. And that is not done because music is decorative, Your Honor. Music is so powerful. You may hear someone morning at 7 coming down in the car, and all 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you still singing it. It is as powerful as that, Your Honor. Music touches the soul. How are we touching the souls of our little children? Are we touching their souls with sex and violence at the age of 10? For God's sake, at the age of 10? And you look at most of them, not most, look at a lot of the songs, and they now conflate sex with violence. And it is not certain which is which, because sex is now violence and violence is sex. And our 10-year-olds in this country are finding their minds assaulted by that nonsense. But we are in pursuit of popularity. And none of us is courageous enough to tell the truth. None of us. Somebody has to tell the truth. And I believe my colleagues here want to tell the truth. And I believe they will tell the truth. Because this country needs truth at this point in time. And it needs it urgently. That is culture. That is what I speak of, Your Honor. When I speak of a culture that is in decay, moral decay. But we are not the victims. We can withstand it. But our children cannot sustain it. If they're to be normal human beings, and what does that have to do with violence? Because when that music reaches into their consciousness, the depths of their consciousness, look at them, listen to them. They fight on the streets, they fight in the schools. On the streets and in the schools, we are fostering in this country a climate of violence. And I said before and I'll say it again, we're not the victims. Our children are the victims. And those 10-year-olds will not be 10 forever. Because the 20-year-old men who are killing in this country were 10 years ago, 10 short years ago in this country. That is why this legislation is urgent. That is why this country and this parliament must make a decision today, legislatively, to send to the court a law that will exclude from society men who insist that violence must regulate their relations. Whatever happened to what they call alternative dispute resolution? That's gone. Problems are now resolved and regulated by violence. Men walk up to men and just shoot them. As I've said, Your Honor, those men were in primary schools, while some members were in this parliament. So 10 years is not a long time. So what are we doing with our 10-year-olds now? Is it a cycle that will be repeated? The government does have a responsibility. I am not here in pursuit of popularity. But I applauded the people of this country a few months ago when they expressed their voices in opposition to a certain competition in which their children were to be involved. I applauded them then, and I applaud them now. The parents of this country knew what they were doing. I haven't come here to bash the artists, and I haven't come here to bash the few artists who are involved in this kind of thing, but I have come here in defense of this country. I've come in defense of this society, and I hope my words resonate in defense of this Parliament. If it is to remain noble, and if we are to remain moral forces, I beg your pardon, for good, what is our business here? What is our business here? Let us defend this country, and let us protect the children of this country. And so, Your Honor, I believe my time has been expended. Let us give to our children lives that will be memorable, not lives that will be snuffed out when they reach 18 or 19 or 20. Let us not condemn our children to a prison. Let us give them the freedom of wholesomeness. It used to be something that was so cherished, wholesomeness. A friend of mine asked me just this week, do you see anybody going to Sunday school now? Sunday mornings used to be the gentle hour. The gentle hour. We can't blame the churches if the people not going. It's not the church's fault. The decision is made elsewhere for people who breach their responsibility to their children. I don't blame the churches. Righteousness will exalt this nation, and sin will continue to be a reproach to our people. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Honourable St. Michael South.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise in support of what is before this House, and I always look forward to hearing all the members, and before he spoke, I told the member for Christchurch South that I was looking forward to hearing his presentation. And I, like most of us in this House, and those who are listening, I'm sure we were not disappointed, and are feeling almost as if we were taken to church and brought closer to our God. I also want to say, sir, I know it is also the honourable member's birthday, and I want to wish him happy birthday as well. Very well done, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise very briefly. I promise not to be very long. The honourable member who normally sits to my right, the member for Christchurch East Central, said he was going to be 10 minutes. And the member for St. Peter asked him if that was American 10 minutes.
That's 10 squared, That's
10
squared.
But I'm not given a 10-minute from the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance. But, sir, this bill, this conversation, sir, appeals to me for a number of reasons, sir. It resonates with me for a number of reasons, sir. My lived experience has brought me closer to violence in ways, sir, several times, actually, in ways that members in this House may not understand. I have tried to count the number of friends, and I don't mean people I know of. I mean people that I know, whom I have spoken to, had conversations with, played with. I have tried to count the number of people I know who have been killed, sir, violently, and it would take me both of my hands, sir, and both of yours. I am familiar with violence, sir, in ways, things that I have seen growing up in the Pine, other places I've visited, sir, that has caused me to reflect on my own life several times. I saw brutal stabbings, brutal beatings. I had the unfortunate experience, sir, of driving into Bonnets one day very close to Christmas. I saw a man pull up next to my car on a motorcycle. He jumped off the motorcycle. right in front of my car. There are some boys laying in bonnets. He says to the guy, I know I was going to see you. Pulls out a gun, shocks right in front of my car. The guy gets off and he runs. I call my sister who was with me. And she called me. And she said the guy barely got away. Only to call me a minute later to tell me, oh, he didn't get away because he was lying dead in the street. I saw that, sir, with my own eyes. When the guy got back on his motorcycle, he bust a couple shots in the air and say all the men in bonnets are soft men. He didn't say soft men, but that's what he meant. I saw, sir, a man stabbed, sir. I've seen too much. Sometimes when we go hanging out, we try to recall all the names. It is a terrible thing when you cannot recall the names of all of your friends or people you knew who were violently killed. And that, sir, is the situation of my life. The first person I know who was killed, sir, permit me to say, sir, was Barry Japp. I played with Barry Japp. I've known Barry Japp, sir, as a boy going to co-op, as just a boy. I remember running into him in town in a shoe store. I go over to hail him, but I know he's becoming of some fame. Well, notoriety, better described. He says to me, you don't want me standing next to me now. And the people hand him a pair of shoes, and out he went with his shoes. And it occurred to me that something happens because he was a boy that I knew like anybody else. If anybody has said to me, of all of you, of all of us, who would be the one to be shot down by the police as a known criminal, it would not have been Barry Japp. That's the truth. And so I take a view, sir, that there is something in our society, there is something in our social systems that does not work for many of us. I take a view, obviously, that some of us are born with some traits. I mean, the sociology and the criminologists would tell you that is a latent trait theory. Some of us are born with some traits that perhaps are magnified throughout the course of our lifetime that allows us to be engaged in these things, sir. But there is something in our social system, sir, that really worries me. So because of my lived experience, my educational experience, sir, was about trying to understand what is it in these social systems that are failing poor people. What is it in our social system, sir, that allow us to produce and reproduce violence and deviance at the rate that we produce and reproduce violence and deviance? And for all of my training and for all of my own community experience, I must tell you that I yet do not fully understand or have the answer. It is a pursuit probably, sir, that I will have for the entirety of my life, just trying to understand what is it, trying to get my hand on it. And sir, I recall, I think I told this story in here before I get into the presentation I have. A friend of mine who at the time was in this house, well, in this parliament, he said to me, you like to spend too much time with little people. Because I spent my time doing community work. I spent my time on Tuesdays and Thursdays and Saturdays in the Pinelands Resource Center. Permit me to say, Rodney Grant, sir, would tell you, Tuesdays and Thursdays and Saturdays. If children had difficulty with homework, they could come to the center and they'd find me and other people who decided to help for free. On Saturdays, if you wanted help preparing for the 11 plus, come to the center. Somebody will be helping you there too. And so I couldn't attend some political meetings. And my friend said to me, Kirk, you spend too much time with the little people. And I know that he was not referring to the age of the young people, sir, that I was tutoring. But in his mind, if one is to succeed in this country, you have to abandon the people that you know as a child, the things that you know as a child, the areas that you grew up in as a child, and seek some political glory. I am thankful, sir, that I came to this place never having to compromise myself, the things that I hold dear, the way that I see the world, the way that I now speak, sir, in this parliament, the way I speak in cabinet. I've never had, sir, to compromise myself once. I still feel very strongly, sir, that there are no real big people and no little people, and it is a shame when a man feels he must pull down a man or call him small to make himself feel big. And I have no, sir, in my mind, no belief, sir, that any of us, regardless of what we achieve, sir, should forget where most of us came from a generation ago, or 2 generations ago. I still admire, sir, women that I can see carry buckets on their heads, balancing. I have visions, as a boy, balancing a bucket, 2 buckets in hand, carrying water. We had, sir, something in our social system, sir, that even though we were poor, we understood the difference between right and wrong. We knew it, sir. But, sir, I contemplated, sir, for a long time, should I even speak on this debate? Because I am not a man prone often to emotion, sir, but when I think about the people I know, it makes me very sad. The youngster, sir, who was killed, the knock man, at the end by St. Winifred School, sir, his name was Iran, we call him Iran, who I knew his mother, sir. I know that young man and the dreams that he had. Selling nuts as a boy, never getting himself in trouble, never once. Trying to raise his child or children as a decent man, sir. And it broke my heart, sir, because I knew his mother when, you would know his mother, sir, she worked at the child care ward. A decent woman. And he, sir, lost his life in violence in an act that had nothing at all to do with him. In fact, he was ducking when he got shot in his head, sir. A good man. We saw it, sir, at Sheraton. People in the mall buying things for themselves, getting food. There's an article in today's paper where the cameraman breaks down. He said, having seen a murder committed right in front of his eyes, sir, in this country. And I always defend poor people like you do, sir, always. But race is right and wrong is wrong. We saw it at Kadooment one year. People offering shots in front, all kinds of people. You tell me, sir, or anybody, that all of us in this room and those of us in our homes and our places of business should not be concerned. We have to be concerned, sir. And I commend what we are trying to do in this place, sir. And sir, I've studied this thing, sir. I've looked at crime. I've looked at crime as a social problem, as a social concern. I've looked at age and crime, gender and crime, social class and crime. I've looked at crime from every possible angle. I've written notes, written little pieces, sir, trying to understand it, sir. The very young people, all of our younger people, have there's an inverse relationship between one's age and the amount of crime. Normally, younger people tend to commit more crimes. Even now, the old heads, sir, if you could call them that, the older guys in this gangster game would tell you that they don't respect what these younger people are doing. So if it is that the people who are supposed to be hardcore, hardened on the streets do not respect it, how can anybody else respect it? They would tell you, I'm sure they have, they've told me, that they do not appreciate what is happening now, sir, on our streets, sir. And I'm not even going to get into all these theories that I have written here, sir. Last Friday when we were at conference, I received a message on my phone. It said to me that a youngster in my community was just shot. That's the first message I got. I received a message quickly thereafter that the youngster was dead. I visited the community, sir, on Monday. This was on Friday. The street is so narrow. It's a narrow street, sir, and we're trying to do some work in the area. But that the gunman pulled up in his car, walked around his car. If you walk around your car and you kill somebody by the house, you're literally right in front of them because the street is so narrow. And that boy, the young man who got killed, sir, had just put his baby inside the house. Like he literally had turned from closing the door, from putting his child inside the house. Now, I do not know if they would have shot if they saw him with the child or not. But I do know that it was a wooden house. And I do know that one of the bullets went inside the house, inside the wood, for sure. And I do know, sir, that what happened on Friday could have been the lives of many other people. I spent time out there. You, sir, I'm sure when you go into your communities, you're spending time there. All of us, sir, as part of our jobs, we have to go on the streets. Remember, for St. Thomas knows it, all of us have to do it. But you don't even have to be on the streets, on a block. You can now be anywhere in Barbados, sir, and people are trying to do things that they normally wouldn't do. Things that other people who were once associated with the criminal system, sir, condemn. And it's because of that reason, sir, that I know that we have to do something about it. Now, I don't know the actual number of the real figure for crime. I know sometimes people would tell me this happened and they call the police and nobody came. Or they call and the person didn't take them seriously on the phone, or they couldn't get through or something. So I suspect even that our numbers may be higher than we say. And that has been the case, sir, forever. Little things happen in communities, nobody reports it. Things I see people hit people with rocks and threaten people with knives, nobody reports it. But what is happening now, sir, is causing me some concern. And I see this, sir, as a social problem. And people might think, sir, that this is about individual responsibility, which it is. But I also understand it as a social problem. So for individual responsibility, you will have a different response than if you see it as a social problem. We have to have these tough penalties, sir, and 10 to 20 years is good, mandatory. And if you get the 10 years or less than 20 years, you could also get a fine. That is good. And I support it entirely. But sir, at the end of the day, I'm a social scientist. And I try to unpack why it is that we are seeing so many more people produced in a certain class of our society as opposed to another class of another society or of the same society. What is happening there? And you know, there is, in social theory, there is a moral and the class theory called the moral and the class debate, or MUD. And it argues essentially that because poor people are more prone to crime or not to do as well in the education system or earlier pregnancies, that there are moral underclass. It does not look at, sir, the fact that our educational system may not respond to them the same way. It doesn't look at the fact, sir, of who it is in the community, sir, that they have to have as mentors. Growing up in the Plains, sir, I used to often ask myself, where are all the young people supposed to play? You bring together all kinds of poor people. You build a housing scheme like the Pine, where I grew up, that I love with all my heart. And you bring a whole set of poor people, but you got one little small playing field, one basketball court for a whole set of people at the top, 2 swings. It's like we started to respond to some of our social problems in a way that in the long term will manifest itself in even greater social problems, greater deviance. And I say this, sir, because even as we build housing solutions, sir, we must not replicate the challenges that are inevitable if you build housing solutions, sir, but you don't consider the wider social dynamics. That you need to have sporting areas and community centers and those things, sir. But I understand it, sir, as a social problem. So we need a bit of harsher penalties, but a lot of that. But we also need to have an adequate social response, sir. I have a friend, sir, he's a good friend of mine. He lives in my constituency, sir. He's been trying to get his record expunged. And they keep writing back to him saying, you spent, too much time in jail. Apparently there's if you spend a certain amount of time there, you don't qualify.
It depends on the offense for which you were found guilty. If the sentence is past a certain amount,
exactly.
then there's a difficulty.
And so he doesn't qualify. And I've tried to explain this time and time again, sir. He's an older man now who would have done a lot of crime in his life, sir. I think, sir, I tried to explain it to him, but he's now a former drug addict. He's been helping me with some of my community projects, sir. He wished now that he could go back and talk about and fix some of the errors of his past. He actually has asked me, sir, to be part of a program where he's talking to the young people in the community about the problems that it causes for you later on in life. And I also believe that we need to have those kind of social interventions. Somebody who has been through the hornpipe, somebody who's been through it, to come back and talk to the people. And let them know, sir, how difficult it is and how you narrow your life circumstances, sir. But given all that I have said, sir, I can know not that Barbados is in crisis, sir, but we have a crisis. This gun problem is a crisis. And I am thankful to see the response that we are having now. We're not in crisis, the country is not in crisis, but this is a crisis. If it demands the attention of the AG to the extent that he must involve himself, the Prime Minister, all of us here, sir, debating this on a Friday afternoon. We have to find a way, sir, to address this and treat it for what it is, as a crisis. I used to say before, sir, people shoot you for that. You know, you do something small and somebody want to shoot you. I'd say somebody want to shoot you for that. Such a little thing. But now people are shooting you for nothing at all, or shooting at you for nothing at all. People passing to want to get your car, shooting through the car. The article in the paper, sir, if it is true, and the shot went through and into the passenger seat, you could have had a child in the passenger seat, or somebody you care about in the passenger seat, and you take a shot at the car. I'm sorry, while I am a social scientist, sir, and I care about the social dynamics, I am no fool. And while I love poor people, sir, to the end of, from now to the cows come home, sir, I do not believe this is how poor people behave. And that a few people, sir, are now tainting the lives of other people who are working hard to feed themselves and their children, sir. And when they get caught, they blame it on their poverty. I say no. I'm not saying that poverty is not involved in it, but poverty is not the cause of it. Many of us, sir, were raised poor. In the same communities where this violence is happening, sir, I will bet anybody you would find more people who are not involved in it than you would find people who are involved in it. And we should not allow people to define the communities that most of us in here came from, sir, because of the actions of a few. I do not subscribe to it, sir. I do not believe it is the actions of all of us, sir. It is a few, sir, and that part of it, sir, is in crisis, and we need to have a crisis response, sir. You don't have to have the figures, I'm sure the AG does, but you don't need to have the figures to know that gun crimes have risen. I know you would know, but gun crimes have risen exponentially in this country. Most of the people who are dying now from some kind of homicide, sir, are dying because of a gun. You ask yourself, sir, as I was asked several times when I was Minister of the Port, how are the guns coming? And you heard the AG say that we put in place all kinds of scanners. We even made the people who import privately, they have to get scanners. So that you're scanned in the Bridgetown port or you're scanned at the other smaller areas. This government, sir, put in place a number of things, sir, to try to address it, sir. So it's not us. We bring in legislation here, sir, so it's not us. How are these firearms so easily available? How is it that my people tell me on the blocks you could rent a gun? You could rent a gun to go and do somebody else something, sir. I do not blame the police. The police in this country, sir, have had to work extremely hard, harder than they should have had to work. I tip my hat to the police, sir, for the work that they are doing, sir, to keep all of us safe. I was at football in my constituency the other day. We had a finals, and everybody came out. And I was talking to a man that people would think is a gangster, or so they would say. And you know what he said to me? He said to me that he was glad that there were so many politicians there, because so many politicians were there and a lot of police were there. I guess he associated the police's presence with us. He was so happy to see so many police here because it meant nothing was going to happen tonight. Happy to have the police present because it meant for him nothing was going to happen on the night. I commend the police, sir. I know that they've been doing a wonderful job, sir. I also, sir, don't blame the judges But I do know Barbadians feel that many young people who commit a crime go to court, they get bail for things they feel they shouldn't get bail for. But that is the law. The law allows them to get bail. Or that they would feel, sir, that they shouldn't get the time that they got, sir. They feel they should get more time. We're addressing that now, though, as a result of the sentence. But there are many Barbadians who felt so, that the court almost became a revolving door. You walk in for your charge, you're back out in no time at all. Some of the men who committed murder, sir, on bail for murder in this country. You on bail for murder and committing murder, sir. That is why, sir, I'm happy to see that we're addressing some of this legislation, sir, but there is a culture now of the street. We all know that culture is not static. You're a sociologist, an economist, and a lawyer. We all know that crime is not static. We all know, that culture is not static. We know that our culture is changing. The culture of the street is changing. If our response is the same as it always is, sir, it means that we are not responding in sync with the changes in the culture that now defines the streets that we live on. And I would never be one to say, sir, that look, it's happening in my constituency in Britain's Hill or in my area where I grew up in the Pines, sir, and it's not affecting now where I currently live. I don't believe in that. Because everybody's life is important regardless of where they live. And the fact that it is happening in some areas, sir, concerns me equally. We have to stamp it out everywhere, wherever it exists, sir. There ain't no area where it should happen and another area where it shouldn't happen, sir. And the fact that it's concentrated in some areas tells me that we need to bring to bear, yes, the law, yes, the police, but we have to bring our social program in there too. That's why I commend the move by the Prime Minister to have my friend, my former parasite, the member for the city, as part of the response as well, sir. And I have said, sir, I was in my community, the guys who work the street, the 360 workers, he asked me, why don't you drive a BMW? When I got enough money, they feel we got money, sir. On that day, I was so broke. But anyhow, that's another story for another time. They asked me, why don't you drive a BMW? Because they feel that, you got money. He likes BMWs. He asked me what color BMWs I like. I said, I like BMWs too. He said, what color you like? I said, I like black BMWs. He tells me now about red and all these things. I said, well, I see in a BMW, no. He said, but he ain't saying nothing, he looking around. I said, no, my BMW that I love is a black man working. I love to see black men working. That is what I want for you. I don't want for you nothing that's gonna leave you broke for the rest of your life, or you can pay for it. I want to see you make something of yourself. Make your mother proud. Make your children happy. We aspire, sir, now. We give our children these artificial aspirations through the things we give them as children. I told you, sir, of a situation where a lady told me she couldn't give her child a particular bag because it was not a popular bag. My bag was $50. The bag she wanted was nearly $400, sir. Because we assign value now to things that really have no real value. He wants to have a BMW, sir. He already is a BMW. And I feel so proud to watch the number of young people who are working across this country, being able to get up, because the Prime Minister used to say, and I know it, many of our young people did not know what it was like to get up in the morning, wash their face, brush their teeth, put on some clothes, take a shower, put on some clothes, and head to work. There's been a generation of young people who never worked, who left school at 18, never had a job, didn't go to skills training. All that they understood was getting up in the morning and going on the block, and the block has value. I know it does, because there is a social capital on the block, sir, that we do not understand. There is a community on blocks that we don't fully understand. When a man, sir, can leave home and go and spend all his time with other people who would kill for him, who would literally kill for him, there is something you have to understand about the sociology of a block. And when you try to break it up, sir, you can only break it up if you understand the sociology of that block. People are drawn by the shade. The PM says we have to build houses with bigger patios and verandas so they don't feel the need to go on a block. Sir, I was accused of breaking up a block, sir, but only because everybody in the area got a job. We take people off the block, sir, in different ways. But if you're going to take away something, you have to replace it with something. We all know that nature abhors a vacuum. You want them not to go there, you have to give them a reason not to go there. And I feel, sir, very conscious about the fact that we have now to build a lot of social programs in the short term, the medium term, and in the long term. And I feel we can do it. In fact, sir, I know that we can do it. We have to be able to go to do it, sir. I also fear, sir, as I close, sir, what seems to be now the emergence of, on our street, some kind of organized crime, organized activity, sir. The AG spoke of how porous our borders are with people who are next to us. These porous borders allowing not only guns to come in, but allowing behaviors that were not Barbadian to come in. Once upon a time you hear a crime, it would be so heinous we'd say, Barbadians didn't do that. That couldn't be a Barbadian. Somebody get executed. No, that couldn't be a Barbadian. But our culture has changed. We can no longer say with certainty, sir, when these things happen, it wasn't a Barbadian. Because now some of the acts that are being done by Barbadians, but they don't seem to be Barbadian acts. Our culture has changed. And a lot of this, sir, there's an organized nature of it that we have to be able to understand. The way that, you know, we would say sometimes there's an order on the streets, you know. There's an order. Street men would tell you, you gotta respect the order. Oh, we all hear it. Maybe canvas. You gotta respect the order. They understand that there is an order on the streets. There's a hierarchy of people and a hierarchy of behavior. You're only allowed to do certain things and no more. You can go as far as this and no further. So that when we think there is no discipline and when we think there is no order, we are wrong. It is just manifesting itself in ways that we do not appreciate. The sociology of this thing is what we have, sir, to be able to understand, sir. So as I close, sir, I addressed the Lions last week, sir. I said to them, what we need to, Lion Club of Bridgetown, what we need to do, sir, I call it let's go, let's grow, and let's ground. If all of us are to go, sir, all of us must go together. There can be no communities left out, no people left out, no class left out, a holistic approach. No he's from the Pine, no he or she's from Britain's Hill or the Bayland, none of that. That does not work. Because if we are going to go, sir, all of us must go together. I said to them, sir, let's grow. And to grow, sometimes you have to let go of things. You can't, any organism that has survived over time, sir, has been able to change its DNA, release the things that no longer suit the environment, and hold on to the things and develop new skills, sir, to be able to survive in a new context. We have, sir, if we're going to grow, sir, there's some things that we're going to have to let go. There's some people, sir, that I know as a sociologist, sir, that I can't help. I understand that. There's some people, sir, some behaviors, sir, that we have to work to change, sir, but some people are so hardened in the system now, we can't help them. Not by sociological interventions. Sir, you could pray. Hope God changes them. There's some people whose minds are so set on sin and crime. We can't help them, but I still feel we can help some who haven't yet been touched. So let's grow, but let's all grow together. And sir, I said we have to ground, let's ground, but it means, sir, that we partner with one another, but we also have to be on the ground. You can't just try to make social change on the internet, talking about what you would do. You don't make social change on the call-in program, criticizing people, writing letters, criticizing every single member who's in here. The question is, what have you done? What are you planning to do? If you think that we have such a social problem, what is it that you're planning to do? And if you're not planning on doing anything, sir, you are also, not you, sir, but if a person who's talking is not planning on doing anything, sir, they too are part of the social problem that we are currently facing. Sir, I feel that this is a very complicated situation, sir. I feel very strongly, sir, that we must do something at the sociological level, understand crime as a social problem, understand our response as a social response to be able to better address it, sir. I feel that we must commend the police, equip the police too. Because what he's saying in these videos, it's in a pow-pow thing. This is a rat-a-tat-a-tat-a. Rapid fire arms, sir. Some semi-automatic, fully automatic. We got to equip the police too. Because if a man could turn and tell me, a man who's known to the criminal court, sir, that he's happy for the police to be there, I'm happy for them to be there too. But it would break my heart, sir, to see our police officers lying dead on the ground because they're outgunned. Or lying dead in the street, sir, because the people have faster cars or faster boats, sir. So we have to equip the police officers too, sir. So as I close, sir, I want to thank you, sir, for allowing me to speak. I want to thank the AG for bringing this and for allowing me to share some perspective, I think, in totality on what I think is not an easy situation for us to address, sir. I commend the government for the number of social programs that they've brought, sir, the employment programs, sir, that they've brought, sir. And I believe, sir, with all of our collective interventions, if we sit down and we really put our heads together, business, NGOs, faith-based organizations, all of us, that we can really arrest this situation, sir, and make Barbados a place where we can continue to feel proud of it, sir, and do not let the actions of a few damage the entire reputation of a country that all of us love. Thank you so kindly, sir.
Honourable St. Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member who has just taken his seat has done an excellent job, and I strongly support what would be said by him as well as others, previous speakers. I belong to a generation, Mr. Speaker, that believed in family life, community life, serving country, following rules and regulations. And those things were instilled in us not only in our homes, but in our schools and across the rest of the society. Wherever we go, eyes were on us to make sure that our generation followed the rules and stuck to them slavishly to be able to become the best citizens that we could be. I am not saying, sir, that couple children may not have broken rules, but there were always members in the community who kept an eye out for everybody's children. It was a cohesive approach to rearing children. And there were not families with one child or two, as you know, Mr. Speaker, sir. There were families with 8 and 10 and 15 and 17 children, and were born and raised in the starkest position of poverty. But the training, the extended family, and I keep referring to the extended family all the time. It seems as though we have thrown that whole concept that would have been an integral part of history through the window. And now we're into the nuclear families, and we're getting a lot of problems because we're not passing on the values and the mores and the traditions to them in the way. And it says, therefore, that it still takes a whole village to raise one child. And unless we have that whole approach, and then when they say village, I don't want anybody to believe that I mean just a village somewhere in St. Thomas or St. Andrew or St. Lucie, but a village meaning the community where people live and work and worship and all of that. And therefore, the honourable member touched my heart with a number of things he has said, because he spoke about employment. But I want to step back a little bit to what I saw happening between 1994 and 2008. And I thought it was an extremely progressive step where the then government focused on building communities. So the late Right Honourable Member for St. Peter, as Prime Minister, would have made sure that the Youth Affairs Department was properly structured, because unless we target the youth and ensure that the youth make sure that they follow procedure and that they're meaningfully engaged, we would have been doing what we call, sir, spinning top in mud. And so that department ensured that those children or young people who were to write the common entrance, that all of a sudden the common entrance is the best thing after sliced bread when it comes to persons taking a day from work and running the children all over. And it has to be this high school or the one in the middle. And people are stigmatizing and destroying a good concept towards free education for all. And therefore, what I saw the Youth Affairs Department do was to come with the Youth Development Project, where young people got an opportunity every weekend to go somewhere and play some game, whether it be the northern group playing against the southern group in football, basketball, and other activities, because unless we can get our young people using up their energies, and we see what's happening with them and diabetes and all that, unless we can get them using up their good energies and the camaraderie that is necessary, it will take away some of the anger. Because when a guy can come along and he's just a late developer, let me say, but he's shining in football, basketball, and any other sport, he becomes now his personality is uplifted, and he knows that he's recognized. And people kept saying, boy, you're going to go places, boy, you can go to the States and join the team, but they can bring back success. And we know, we even have young men, sir, who may not have been so bright, but they have become the best jockeys in Barbados, and they have been uplifted as a result of what they have been capable of doing, right and far beyond what we talk about when we look at the academic development. And all of a sudden, everybody used to go to one or two prestigious schools in this country when they were in common entrance. But we are not looking, sir, to see that once there was an exhibition called the Industrial Arts Exhibition that was sponsored by the Lumber Company. And the schools that excelled every time, Mr. Speaker, for 25 consecutive years were what we call the comprehensive school, or the newer secondary schools now. St. Leonard's, Grantley Adams, St. Lucy's Secondary, Ellerslie, Princess Margaret. I think there were about 6 or so of those schools, and those young men shone. They were late developers in the sense that they did not score so many marks in the common entrance, but I know so many thousands of people who wrote what we used to call the screening test that never got to school because they was won. And therefore, why are we now pigeonholing our young people and not giving them the opportunity and the scope for them to excel in the area where they have the strength and the knowledge to be able to be the best artisan, the best artist, the best person to be able to, the best poet, the best performer in culture, and so on. We are now destroying that platform that was set for us when we talked about free education, because we're looking at it now in different layers, where you're down there, so you're a late developer, you're a high flyer. That is what is destroying our society, in my understanding and my estimation, for what I've seen in the system. And when we trample those whom we believe are late developers and not provide programs for them to be able to excel, that is where we are getting a lot of the problems. And so I am saying, our society needs to step back and see every child as an important individual that can make a contribution at any level. Mr. Speaker, when I have problems with my pipes, I don't even know wrench in the way that I should. But I have to call a plumber to fix that pipe, and I'm in misery if I can't get it fixed because the water is being wasted, it's wetting up the floor. All these things are happening. So the valuing of every individual with the knowledge and skills that they have is important, but we have turned away from that. And a lot of our children are not receiving the benefits in the system that they should. How could a government of the past, Mr. Speaker, shut down a school like Alma Parish School, where the late developers were, and those children, Mr. Speaker, would go to St. Peter every day. And once a week, there was a program called the School to Work program. So when we saw those who wanted to be bakers, those who wanted to be hairdressers and cosmetologists and all that, those boys who wanted to become plumbers and boat builders, and so the programs were put in place to be able to strengthen those children and that they could shine, because I can't build any boat, I can hardly bake, I can hardly do any hair. But when I saw what was turned out for Alma Parish and now St. George Secondary, where the program was taken to that school after the principal from Alma Parish was transferred, and I know that those young men and women are out of trouble. They didn't have to be the brightest, but they were able to reason. They were able to set up their own little businesses and to be meaningfully employed. The honorable member for St. Michael South made the point about the guys who have got employment now. Yes, they're cleaning the streets, but we know people who work in the agricultural belt, cutting the sugar cane, planting the yams, bringing here to carry it to the plantation house, and they were able to build houses. They were able to educate their children. They had a plot of land they could feed their children at the end of the week and didn't have to go anywhere to buy, and the children helped with the planting. They were able to rear a few pigs and sheep and cows and become independent. And all of a sudden, we are pigeonholing people and categorizing them in different ways to make them feel that they're less human and that their contribution is unvaluable. I think that culture has to be changed. Now, Mr. Speaker, when I saw what happened with the Project Oasis, that project that saw the government then giving instructions to the principal at the SJPI and, of course, the skills training, do not make these young people write any entrance exam. If you're giving it to them in English or you're giving it to them to math, sometimes they can't cope. However, they had that innate ability to be able to do a skill. And we saw thousands of young people go to the BCC, to the hospitality unit, and they turned out to be the best waitresses. And they went to the Polytechnic and the best of barbers, the best of those persons who will work in the restaurants, mixing the drinks and so, don't remember the name you called them. They turned out to be the best cosmetologists. All of a sudden, we've gone right back to making young people write exams. And what we're witnessing now is that those at the secondary schools who have certificates are not forcing themselves, that's not the best word, but targeting the SJPI that they can carry out the skills of the mechanical engineers and so on. Those young people have it too. And I am sad to know that my country has moved away from the apprenticeship program. We have men in villages who will take young men and nurture them and show them how to do mechanic work alongside the road. They will take them to go to be carpenters and they learn the trade on the spot in the building system. And all of a sudden, all of these young men in particular, because they're the major ones who are into the whole area of gang violence and the shooting and the killing and the fighting and disruption in community. There are some females who are as well. And therefore, I believe that we should get right back to the things that served us well in the past and then ensure that we embrace everybody in this whole part of people producing and making a difference in this society and being recognized for their worth. The checks program was another program that was put in place. And those young people develop their skills. And that's why we see when we go to various cultural activities, there's the guy who does the tumbling like the monkey. We still the stilt walkers. There were people who were into drama. There was even a band that was formed when I was at the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Education and Youth Affairs, and that band did excellent work. Then we saw the guys who were doing the digital media program. And one of the first persons to graduate became one of the workers at CBC. And therefore, we need to give the young people a chance. Our society is uncaring. People look down on you because they think you've come from nowhere. You're a poor man's child. You live in the village. You're the hickeys. All kinds of strange things. We castigate people and make them feel less than human. And young people are angry because they don't have the personality perhaps that you, sir, and I might have had, where we will learn to ignore because we knew that our family loved us and that we developed the morals and the values and the skills that our parents had instilled in us and our teachers as well. And that is really, I believe, those things are lacking. I have a difficulty because I've heard teachers tell children, and I'm just using this as an example, man, you come from the Orleans, you don't live in a body. How do you tell a child that? What are you reinforcing? And perhaps he's heard it so many times in the village anyhow. How do you tell a child that and he's going to pattern that? Because, well, if nobody don't care, I could as well do what they tell me then. I could turn out to what and it is that kind of mentality that is destroying the fabric of our youth in this society. And Mr. Speaker, I saw the changes coming in this society at the point in time when we were as copycats as usual, listening to what was happening in other parts of the Caribbean where the crime was high. And it is even 3 times higher or 10 times higher now. Where the sound was, what the hell the police could do. And every time you went somewhere, this music is blaring in your ear. We need to have some kind of consultation on culture. We need to continue consultations on crime. And not just invite it in a hall where we know we'll go to the Hilton Hotel or wherever that's high society place might be in the eyes of those who to go, but we're getting into the schools and how we're doing the town hall meetings now. Let the guys and the gals come and the parents and talk about the challenges in this society, the way it is changing, what is happening to them and their children, and give them the necessary information to be able to help to strengthen them that they can stay themselves away from crime, sir. Now, I have lost, there's one other thing I wanted to say before I get to that, sir. If you will allow me to call the name, sir, who was the Director of Youth Affairs, I would be really very happy, sir. Because the Director of Youth Affairs, Mr. Richard Carter, may the Lord continue to bless him and others, he was the person who came up with his youth commissioners with the idea of parents who have bought guns for their children at that time as toys at Christmas time, bring them on to the Ministry of Youth Affairs, and they were exchanged for toys or books that gave a more positive outlook. And it was an excellent program. It went on for quite a few years. Of course, a parent may have gone into town and bought a gun to get one of those gifts because it must have been a little more expensive. But any taxpayer's money that's being spent on efforts to be able to empower others and stave them on the straight and narrow, to my mind, Mr. Speaker, that made sense. It was a very successful project. But when we left in 2008, all those things have fallen apart. The checks program, the peace program, the one with the music, with the young people getting the opportunity to form the band and to play the musical instruments, because it happened in school where poor people's children got a chance to play the violin. Who for a poor person, sir, in our time would have had a chance to play a violin? And those were the skills that were being developed, so you can see the diversity as to how your society goes, where different people have different skills, but at the end of the day, they all come together. It makes a difference in them because they're shining in their avenue. They're the best watering people. They're shining in that area. Employment is always there. And then the youth entrepreneurship scheme helped to strengthen those aspects of it. I have a difficulty in understanding because our young people now have an opportunity to be able to take hold of the trust program that is being offered to them to be able to borrow. We've started to promote the vendors and to give them that area where they can get that little niche market and they can excel and so on and so forth. But we are copycats. And what we're seeing in the United States and in other countries of the world, that too because of the access to technology and the negatives that is taking hold of us. And I have a tremendous problem, Mr. Speaker, sir, because we are giving our children cell phones, yes, because some of them need them to call and say, Mom, school closed early today. Dad, I have to be on the road, so don't expect me to come on time. We need them. But then we're allowing them to go into all kinds of what you call the I'm not so good with technology, so you must forgive me, sir. But they're going into different sites, and so they're seeing the pornography, they're seeing the violent movies, they're seeing all the sexual activity of the pornography, I should say, that's going on. And then our children's heads become contaminated. And then as parents and guardians, we're not going to church, many of us, because we feel that the church has failed us, although we've never been before. And we criticize the preacher because we feel he wants money, although sometimes you can't even put in 10 cents. But nobody has to be forced to do it. But we are not taking our children into God's house or the faith-based institutions to strengthen them and to give them that foundation that is necessary, that they know right from wrong. That too is impacting on what is happening among our children. And the worst thing in the world, as I said, Mr. Speaker, is for households now to be managed by women alone And fathers are not there, or male figures are not there to help to strengthen, particularly our boys. Mr. Speaker, you know, we in this society generally treat our boys different from girls. I saw it in the classroom, so I know it. Where the girls would come in at the beginning of the school year, bubbles in the hair, little earrings in the ears, the nicest of uniforms and shoes and all that. And when the boys come, some of them didn't even have a haircut. And the other thing is, the girl's father gave maintenance for her because her father is different from the boys. And because the boy's father didn't give any, the mother gives the child every new thing. She has new school bag, new school books, ribbons, socks, everything, the textbooks, everything. And the boy comes in the rackety old clothes that he would have worn the term before. And they say, why is this child not dressed? But the father ain't give any money. And if he ain't get any money to feed his child, he tell this child, father tell me, don't spend his money on that child neither. And therefore that boy is pushed away. I have had the awful experience of saying to a parent, I'm seeing changes in your child. What is happening at home? Do you hug him? I hugged you last night, miss. I said, you did. You sound so sarcastic. She said, a hug is, and she tapped behind here to say how she hugged him with licks. And that little boy was so miserable, so confused. We are not working hard enough with our boys. We are not nurturing them. And because the missing father figure in many houses, and then multiple males are there because they're different children for different males, we are having tremendous problems with our children, our boy children in particular. Mr. Speaker, you know I love boys and men. I say everywhere, I rather work with boys and work with men sometimes than to work with girls and women, because the bickering and the nitpicking is really very challenging for me. So perhaps I am a sick person too in that respect. And therefore, we are watching what's happening in the outside world. These people are trigger happy. It is a lot of lawlessness, and a toy, a gun in the hand of a young man or young woman is like a play toy for them, and they do not understand because we have not taught them about actions and consequences. And it is okay for us to believe that they know. Some of them just do not have the moral base to understand. You do the crime, you play the time, or you spend the time. And therefore, that has to be reinforced. I have a tremendous difficulty in us pigeonholing people and pushing them and shunting them into one direction because they're poor, they're from a particular environment, and because others are from another environment, we are treating them differently. We all came through poverty. Nearly everybody in here, I believe, except perhaps the very young ones. And we understand what we had to endure to survive, but we did what our parents would say, make do with what you have. You cannot take home a pencil that anybody lent you or that you had taken up. You cannot take a drink from anybody because your mother would say, you should have gone to the standpipe and drink some water. We could not do so many things. We had to be at home on time. And despite what anybody says, most of the honorable members in here, Mr. Speaker, were born in large families. We were poor. And we had to wear the sheep, the pig, the goat, the cow. We had to milk them. We had to go and bring the feed and pull the grass to get home for them. We did all of that. Why are we not telling our stories as well? For the rest of Barbados to know we were not born rich. We came through what we call the hornpipe, like most of you, but because we had solid foundations in the communities where we live, everybody else looked out for the other person's child. That is the reason why we can stand here today with pride, knowing that we've still got our character intact. We need to get back to the basics and to change what is happening in our communities. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we need to go forward and get back to identify those persons who are late developers and give them a chance to get into the polytechnic without that entrance exam again. We need to do it for the skills training as well, and we need for the Barbados Community College Hospitality, the Norma and Jean Holder Institute. For those young people, they may not have the academic ability, but they can become the best of waitresses or waiters. And so we can get the best of barbers coming through from those institutions once we give them a chance. But as long as we leave them out, because they have the competition now with the older secondary school students who want to pursue those courses as well, those principals have got to put aside at least 50 positions every startup of September to facilitate those in the various categories of study, so that we do not leave those young men and women on the outside. They too are Barbadians who deserve the care and the treatment. Mr. Speaker, sir, I have lost a couple of young people. They're not many, and I must tell you I'm thankful that the crime in the parish where I live does not seem to be anywhere near that in urban Barbados. As a matter of fact, some men were there cursing very badly this morning and stealing coconuts and so, and I had to call the police. And I'm fearless, because they did not have to do it by going to steal them when they could have come and asked a question. And if they had asked a question, perhaps they would have been given the okay, oh yes, they're down in the bush, go down and help yourself or the monkeys will get them. Because we are fair people in this country. But the language and the threats, and they had cutlasses and all that in rural St. Thomas in this country. I am not going to let it happen on my dead body, Mr. Speaker. I want to also go on, sir, in the interest of time, to indicate that I support this legislation, because I had a difficulty when I heard that one man was gunned down a few weeks ago and that he would have been out on bail for the third murder. And I know that, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if it's like you are like me, but I know men are braver than women. But if I'm driving and a cat runs across my vehicle and gets touched, I feel it. And that is not because I'm a woman. I feel it because I'm a human being who understands to be sympathetic and empathetic to others that or animals that get hurt. But to shoot and kill and to threaten with gun is something that is not the norm in Barbados. So the next question I would ask, are we going to watch what's happening in the international arena? Where over the last 2 to 3 months, we have seen persons go into supermarkets and shoot at large numbers of people, go into their nursery and kill babies that were in their cribs, go into primary school and kill teachers and security guards and small children. That is not Barbadian style. And I don't want for my people to ever get to reach that stage of rot, because every life is important. And therefore, the whole emphasis by the then Prime Minister and his team between 1994 and 2008, and now this Honourable Prime Minister and her team, to be able to engage young people and others into meaningful activity, Mr. Speaker, will make a difference, because it is the first time in the history of Barbados that I ever saw so many pavilions being constructed that the young people can go and use their energy up after class, after school on the evening. It's the first time that we've seen the technology locations across Barbados where they could go to learn the skills in typing and so to be able to upgrade themselves. We know that the gymnasium has been expanded. The football team goes up there. There's a skating ring, I call it. I don't know the best expression. But I'm saying opportunities are there. And the focus is on letting young people and others get a chance to exercise and to get off the pent-up energies. I remember my predecessor, when the guys from Bridgefield and Prout were at Loggerheads, and they were playing football, and so they will fight, they will curse, they will threaten. One day, he just said to the officers, I am going to let these boys play a football match. I do not want any police presence. I've talked with them, they're going to iron it out. I've never heard of any rivalry between Bridgefield and Prout ever since then, Mr. Speaker. The thing came off without a hitch. The communication was perfect. And we never saw anything or heard anything more about the rivaling gangs. And sometimes that is the way we need to approach things as well, to let the young people know you do not have to be offensive and disrespectful and cruel in order for you to resolve issues. And so I get back to the Holy Book, because I am tired of persons, when you ask them, I'm going down to church, I want to know if another child is going to Sunday school, because I'm Anglican. You want to go to Sunday school? No, mommy. You see, I want to go. And you're talking to a 4-year-old, a 5-year-old, and an 8-year-old. And I'm not understanding where we're losing it in this society, because the child does not only have to go to church, but you, the parent, have got to make him say his grace before meals, or her for that matter. You have got to let them know that they cannot disrespect granny, because granny is the person for having you, the mother or father, to be alive. And the respect that is due to every sphere of society, that too is going through the window. And when I was in the classroom, no child could come and tell me, Noah. No is the person in the Bible we read about. You mean no, ma'am? You mean no, ma'am? Or no, sir, if it is a male you're speaking to. And I'm not saying that that is civility. I am saying it is a matter of respect that is being exchanged. And you say, no, sweetheart, you come to me. Let us talk. We have to be gentle with them, because some of them don't get a kind word when they're at home or in the village. And then people say, don't talk to he murder and curse you. That is another set of the mentality that is killing us. And then these children get out of hand until they are too far gone and we cannot pull them back. Mr. Speaker, I support this amendment 1,000%, because I'm going to tell you, Mr. Speaker, I have a difficulty in hearing what the young men tell you when they're arguing. They're telling the others, they don't tell me. Man, I think man, it's only 16, man, I could shoot you, man, I ain't going to get 10 years. And when I come back out at 26 years, man, I still young. I can still get a girlfriend, I can still get, and the girls, like the fellas, tattoo, teardrop, pants dropping off. The most expensive shoes that never work anywhere yet. A fussy car. All kinds, and the jewelry. A whole lot of materialistic gains seems to be what our young people are focusing on. And it hurts even more when they go home to parents who don't ask them, where did you get the chain? I don't care how old they are. Where did you get that? If you're not working, that makes it even worse, Mr. Speaker. Where did you get that chain? How did you get that gold cap? What are you doing with that tattoo in your face? As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, let my grandson come home with one. Come home with one, and the teardrop going to get taken out from out of your eyes, and you're going to cry for the rest of the year because you can scrape it off. That is my mentality. You come in here and you fit into the standards that are in this household. And you go to school, and I'm coming to find out, how is this child doing? You don't have to be rich, because my mother didn't have to go anywhere near the school at all. She did what she had to do at home to make sure that we followed the rules. And we had a lamp, and you had to do homework. Now children have electricity, a reading lamp, a computer. We need, as adults, not to destroy children by beating them, because I don't believe in the corporal punishment in the way some people do it. But we need to sit with them and help them to read. Show them how they should do whatever. We don't have to show them the homework. Let them know this man is the same human being as you, but he is an adult, so you have to say and respect him. You have to speak to him in a manner that you show there is a difference, but you're cordial about what you are doing. So this legislation I am happy about, Mr. Speaker, because it is unfortunate that the way things are going now, it is hurtful. But let me close, because I know it's only almost time for me to conclude. Where the negative influences and the gullible way that we look at resources, we want money, we want the fussy things, that is what is taking a hold of us. We have adults in this society, Mr. Speaker, I can't blame all the young children, who are just grabbing at the almighty dollar. And they're the ones who are supplying our children with all those things that will pollute their minds and their bodies. Drugs is a very serious crime. A lot of parents don't seem to understand what it's about, and that's why I'm hurting, because I attended a session last year with the Honourable Minister, then Minister, who is now the Minister of Public Works and Transport. And it hurt me, Mr. Speaker. There were only about 7 PTAs that attended the gymnasium that day that were functional. One that blessed my heart was that one with those children who have disabilities. That was a really very strong PTA, and they put forward their comments and so about COVID and how they plan to do it and all that. But very few of our secondary schools or our primary schools, and there are about 72, very few of them is functioning, or are functioning for that matter. And therefore, if you don't have the linkages between school and the home and community, for me, that is another tremendous challenge that we are going to be facing. Our youth need role models. And as I would have said other places, the bus driver was a role model. When he said, step back in the bus, you step back. But now we have some ragamuffins in the transport system who have the music blaring in the morning, the nastiest of sounds. Who is doing something about it? What is the Transport Authority doing about it? One almost destroyed me recently, about 2 weeks ago. Rocking the cradle in the heavy rains coming down through Jackson. Children's hands out, their heads out, they're screaming. Where are we going? Those drivers should be role models for the children who are there. They are loose cannons, the way they're doing it, Mr. Speaker. And unless we have decent people who understand development, human development, working with our children hand in hand, whether it be in the bus, whether they're on the road, whether they're in the supermarket, whether in the classroom, in the church, in the community club, we need to have more role models that our children can pattern, or that they can help to shape our children to become the best citizens that they can be. There is a sad loss in that respect as I speak, Mr. Speaker. These crimes that we are witnessing are so frightening, Mr. Speaker. They are heinous, heartless, cruel, inhumane, horrible, everything else that you could think about. And if a person could come and do 3 murders, then you understand that that person doesn't have any heart. To know that I want to live, because when they pow, I'm going to run. Because you're not giving somebody else a chance to pow. You don't want that, really. But how do you do that and go home and sleep? How do you do that and go home to a girlfriend or to a mother or to your own children and stay in there until the police have to come and find you a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks later? And you can tell when your children do wrong, Mr. Speaker. You would have raised your own children too. And you can see the guilt in their face, and from the time they think they're peeping through the window, they're only human beings. But how do they come into households and that doesn't happen? And then mothers in particular will go down and say, police are unfair, my child. He had him there for murdering the man, and look how he come here now, he eyes swell up. But if you cuff the police in the eye, police to cuff you back in yours and break your nose too. Because it means that you are not respecting the police officers, and I love them, Mr. Speaker, to the bone. Because without them, we would not be able to survive.
Your Honourable has 2 more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to conclude. We need to target our schools, particularly our secondary schools. The gangs are showing their faces again there. We need parental education. Parents being educated, whether it be Paradox helping, whether it be through the schools that used to do excellent work. That's how I met you, sir. We need to get back to those morals, those values that help to make us the proud men and women we are. The golden rule, do unto others. Consequences. When you do it, what are the repercussions? Are they going to be good or bad? Think before you act. Those are statements that we learned. Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. That is a biblical one. A soft answer turns away wrath. There was one that says, and I'm going to try to remember it, I had it at the tip of my tongue just now. Any coward who runs away lives to see another day. Are we telling our children that? Walk away. When the arguments start, walk away. Because any coward who runs away lives to see another day. I believe, Mr. Speaker, sir, that we can get back to where we were before. We need the police to be in the communities. We need the DARE program where the drug education was being done in our primary and secondary schools so that those children get an understanding and that they did the drama, they wrote their stories. They did so many excellent things with that DARE program and the substance abuse training that they were offered at that time. The T2S program, transition to secondary schools that the HIV/AIDS Commission did. All of that is necessary for the children, but some parents need to get that as well. And of course, I would want to ask for an amnesty to happen again, because those who don't bring in, their firearms and they are found, I would love for them to be able to be put in prison for a long time. Because some prisoners are up there, Mr. Speaker, sitting and eating. I'm not telling you they're 3 square meals. But the day when I went with the church and I went in, with my ID card alone, I can't carry anything else, and the gate clicked behind me. Every time I went in the room, I heard click. I said, Lord Jesus, suppose there's an earthquake, how are we going to get out from here? And then to go and kill and go up there, and shoot and go up there, and steal and go up there all the time, repeat all the time. What is the prison doing? And I know that there were programs where they did mahogany, and people that they were able to sell the produce or the items. They grew vegetables. Are they working the farms? Those who are the trustees. And the final one is we have the NCC workers, and we have the MTW workers that came in from the ASH program. So cleaning, those who are the trustees, they must come out and help clean too, because the taxpayers are paying for them to go into prison and come back out and bail, go into prison, and we are feeding them. They're not making any contribution to this society, but except developing an element of fear, an element of all kinds of negative things in our people, and it is causing Barbados' name to look bad in the international arena. We have no right with all those murders in our country, and we are a tourism country, oriented country, but we are Barbadians, and we have to live here when the tourists go back. I ask God to help us, Mr. Speaker, as a people, that it will stymie that whole element of negative behavior, the shooting, the killing, the carjacking and all that, and that we go on a new path, a new trajectory, where we get back to basics, and families help families. Government continue to work with families. Let us get into the games, the activities on evenings, the skills training, and everything else that will turn us around from that negative approach and strengthen or empower those who have challenges as the days go by. I wish to thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I don't want to overstep my time any longer.
Honourable for Christchurch, East Central.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support these amendments to the Firearms Act. And based on all the contributions that I've heard so far, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that not just is the comprehensive approach that is required to respond to the situation that confronts this country, but I want to urge Barbadians to this evening, sir, to appreciate that as much as a government can put in place to be able to respond to providing resources for the Barbados Police Service, for the social workers, for the educational institutions, the health institutions, the social workers, and all of that, sir. At the end of the day, all of us, what we do tonight, what we do tomorrow, what we do on Sunday, sir, all of that is connected. And I come to this debate this evening, sir, just very, very briefly to say to Barbadians that I understand very clearly, and I believe the government understands very clearly, that times are tough. But I must share with this honourable chamber, sir, a perspective that I believe is critical. And as you know, sir, Section 6 of the substantive bill speaks to the importation and the exportation of firearms in this country, and the need, if you like, sir, for anyone who wishes to engage in such activities to apply to the Commissioner of Police to be able to get such licenses. And I start here, sir, and this will be the essence of my contribution, because there have been calls on the government over the past few months to give an ease with respect to the cost of living, and the government has responded in the way that it has, sir. Some people have called for the removal of duties and taxes on the imports of food and the like, sir. And we've looked and tried to be as targeted as possible. And you will recall, sir, the Honourable Prime Minister, the member, as well as the member for St. James Central in his previous capacity, met with the private sector, sir, with a specific focus on coming up with a compact to be able to help ease the costs of goods and services in this country, to be able to help ordinary people live, sir. But I want to make sure that we understand the connection of what I'm saying, sir, because I'm bringing a perspective here on behalf, sir, of the Customs Department which I have some responsibility for as minister, and to ask Barbadians, sir, to do some soul searching. Because we have tried our best, sir, to make things as easy as possible to get things through the port. But as you know, sir, we have been able to invest in and I should state at the outset, sir, the Customs Department has 3 primary mandates, sir. 3 primary mandates. To facilitate trade and business, revenue optimization, sir, but also border security. And the extent to which, sir, over the course of the last few years, as we've put in place those measures, we have seen, sir, an acceleration of the detection with respect to seizures, sir, of large caches of guns and ammunitions, sir, mixed up, sir, with food items, which persons argue that people are sending from overseas, sir, to help ease the squeeze, as we would like to say, sir, in Barbados. And I want to urge Barbadians, let us get this thing right. Because while, sir, as you would expect, we want to be able to clear things out of the port quickly. We have certain targets that we would like to have done so that people don't have to wait long to receive their goods and services. But if every day, sir, customs officers in the execution of their duties have to stop because they have detected, sir, guns, magazines, and multiple bullets, sir, there is no circumstance under which, sir, that faced with such large fines, sir, that we could even contemplate continuing to ease up the facilitation, sir. Because we must understand that living in this small country, that it is critical to maintain stability. And therefore, whilst we would like to clear items faster, and yes, whilst we would like to collect more revenue, at the end of the day, sir, public safety is paramount. And therefore, as part of how we as citizens, and you know, sir, I always refer to the things my grandmother used to tell me, don't fall in the multitude to do evil. So when people are pleading with the government, sir, to try to ease and make things easier, and they're encouraging people from the outside, sir, in one way or another, to hide, sir, guns. And in some instances, sir, they're quite innovative. Because in the ordinary food item, sir, as we would assume is an ordinary food item, sir, whether it is Quaker Oats, a Quaker Oats container, sir, whether it is Del Monte corn, sir, all interspersed inside. So these are very sophisticated elements, sir, which are assigned, presumably, sir, to a mother or a grandmother as the consignee, sir. And therefore, we must have conversations within our families to understand that, yes, the government wants to make things as easy as possible for people to be able to live in this country. But we can't make it as easy for people to live in this country, sir, and allow guns and ammunition, sir, to come into the country. And therefore, it is important that if we are going to be in this together, sir, that we cannot in any way allow these guns to, once detected, onto the streets of the country. And the Customs Department, sir, has been playing its role with respect to trying to keep as many of these guns and these sir, ammunition and the like, sir, from getting onto the streets. But it begs the question, sir. It begs the question. Why do people want to get access to these things on a little 166 square miles, sir, for which we all love dearly, I think. We all love dearly. Why do people want to get access to these things? Why are people prepared, sir, to use the women in their families, sir, to go down to the port or wherever, sir, to get locked up? Because as I'm advised, sir, once you turn up and you take possession of the barrel, then you're the one who's going to be charged. And therefore, I'm asking myself, why are families in this country, sir, or why are people putting families in a position in this country to be under certain stress? Because all they're doing, sir, and I know, sir, that you're very good at what you do. But in my mind, sir, it doesn't make any sense at all, because if I turn up at the port tomorrow, sir, for a package, and unless I pack it, sir, and see it go off and they take the photos because they know how it works on the other end. Unless I pack it, sir, I ain't turning up to collect the barrel from the body because I can't attest to what's in there. And therefore, we must be very clear and conscious in our own minds as to what it is we are doing, sir, what it is we are encouraging. And when I referred earlier, sir, about not following the multitude to do evil, I know for a fact, sir, my friends know very well, sir, don't get ran involved in nothing because running, as my grandmother always used to say, sir, I ain't letting the police do anything to me because if the police want to know something, I can tell them. So don't let me know nothing, sir. If I go home right now, sir, and in the course of getting ready for a function later tonight, I happen to come across something, sir, I call him Border Hall. Because if it didn't belong to me, and I asked my wife, well, or my son, if it didn't belong to one, well, how it get in here? Because I know it didn't belong to me. I call in the police. And therefore, unless we are prepared, sir, to take those individual actions, when you see things happening in and around you, sir, you have to respond. Because it is, and I think, I'm not sure which member earlier spoke to getting to making sure that we get serious about the small things. It is critical, sir, because unless, yes, the member for the city, it is important, sir, that we understand that unless we do the things in cohesion, we will not be able to wrestle this problem to the ground. We will continue to do what we have to do, sir, from at the border, but it is in the homes and the communities, sir, is where these battles must be solved, they must be fought in order for us to be able to turn this thing around. The truth is, sir, the one thing that could potentially derail any recovery is an escalation, sir, as you know, in these crimes. And public safety, sir, public safety, all of us, whether we're going for a Sunday drive, sir, whether we're going out and jostling, sir, when the evening comes. Yeah, jostling. We used to jostle back in the day. Whatever it is we do as leisure, sir, we could be in oysters, eating a fish, sir, down Baxter's Road, Lyman, sir, getting some sauce panasada, whatever it is that we want to do as friends and families across the landscape of Barbados. It is important because a lot of things have been happening in recent times, sir, that certainly can be avoided. And therefore, it means that each and every one of us must hold each other to account. And therefore, it is absolutely, absolutely critical, sir, that we do what we can to arrest this problem. I've also had the opportunity, sir, to engage with members of the U.S. government on a few matters related, because as you know, sir, guns are not manufactured in Barbados. But as you know, guns are pretty much free for all in the U.S., and we've indicated to them, sir, that they needed to do something about what's happening on the other end. Because I don't believe, sir, that somebody could just go and pack a barrel somewhere in Miami or New York or whatever, sir, and get on a ship from those ports and arrive in Barbados. And therefore, or the region for that matter. And therefore, we've been urging those on the other side to be able to put more stringent protocols in place to help protect us. Because whilst it is free for all for you to walk in a gun store, sir, at any age it would appear in the United States and acquire a gun, we don't want that in our neighborhood. And therefore, whilst we will continue to do the scanning in order to protect ordinary Barbadians on this end, we've been working on the other side, sir, to make sure that we can at least try to limit the extent to which the flow is coming, in order to make sure then that we can even have an additional barrier of scrutiny on the other side in order to be able to arrest this problem. And therefore, I want to impress upon Barbadians, sir, that we must do what is right. Do not follow the multitude, sir, to do evil. And that is not necessarily meant to be anything biblical. It is just common sense, sir. It is just common sense. And the extent to which families are then exposed financially, sir, because I know, sir, I would imagine, sir, that a man of your esteem, your fees are relevant to the seriousness of the thing.
What do you mean by that, Honourable?
No, I mean in the complexity.
Honourable, what do you mean by that?
The complexity, sir, the complexity and the nature of what you may have to defend requires, sir, time and effort. And therefore, commensurate with that, you would appreciate then, sir, that on the basis of what we are proposing here, the fines, the bail, and all of these, the costs sir, financially to families will be significant. And therefore, it does not make any economic sense, sir, in my own view, for people to go down a path that then exposes the family, sir, to financial exposure. It simply does not make sense. And therefore, from my perspective, it is important that we deter people from getting into these very serious areas. And there's no disrespect or anything, sir, with respect to the profession. But what I'm saying is that the consequences of the decisions that people make leads to obviously some measure of financial distress to families. And the truth is, sir, I am actually amazed at the extent to which persons suddenly find resources available to be able to respond in the way that they do. And it really does speak to how we deploy resources even within our communities, within our families, to be able to put to which I believe, sir, could be put to a different use, to be able to help build wealth within families and across communities. But the reality is, sir, that we have to do this together. And the government of Barbados, and I give the commitment, sir, that we will continue to do that which we must do at the border, to limit the entry of guns and ammunition into the country. That is what the officers of the department have committed to doing. They've been working very well with the Barbados Police Service in that respect. But the truth is, sir, we have seen an acceleration in terms of even the sophistication of the weapons that come in. And the truth is, sir, I really don't know why anybody would want an AK-47 or anything of that nature in Barbados. And therefore, these are the things that we are faced with as a country. We are not at war, sir. We are not at war in Ukraine or anything. So I'm asking myself, what are these people wanting to arm themselves for? And therefore, the extent to which Barbados has been a society of calm, of peace, I want to see that maintained for ordinary Barbadians. I want to see that maintained, sir, for anybody who may wish to visit Barbados. And therefore, if we are serious as a nation, if we are serious as citizens for wanting to enjoy all that Barbados has to offer, then I think that in all of our communities across Barbados, we must ask ourselves tonight and tomorrow and for the rest of our time that we have here, some very searching questions about who do we want to be for our children, what are the examples that we want to set, sir, and I can assure you, sir, and the Honourable Chamber that we will continue to make sure that we create that barrier, sir, at the border to be able to limit access to guns into the country in order to ensure that we can stave off, sir, what clearly has been an escalation with respect to persons seeking to arm themselves. And to the extent, sir, that people may, on the basis of what's happening globally and social media, and thinking about Second Amendment rights and all these kinds of fancy ideas, sir, the truth is, sir, that as a small state, stability is the absolutely only asset that we have. And as much as we have been able to build a significant amount of social capital, we must maintain that stability, sir. That social connection, that social cohesion, sir, must be maintained at all costs. And therefore, if you see something, Mr. Speaker, if you see something, you got to call the police, because at the end of the day, sir, the police is that agency that has great responsibility for protecting all of us. It is a collective service, sir, from which none of us could exempt ourselves. And therefore, we must, as citizens, take the responsibility. Whether we like the interaction or not, sir, we must take the responsibility to share the information. I know that the Crime Stoppers and that is quite anonymous. We must do that, sir. But by the same token, we must ensure that as we treat to each other, that we can do so, sir, in a manner that allows us to maintain absolutely, sir, the stability. So with those very few words, sir, I absolutely support the amendments here. I wish the fines would be a little higher, so that for those that we will catch, that we will get a little more money into the treasury on the basis of what I see there. But I'm being very serious, because unless we set a very, very clear example, sir, as to how this will potentially hit you in the pocket, sir, then I believe that too will act as a deterrent for keeping, for families and communities to realize that this is a real thing. We really don't want to see any more deaths as a result of firearms or significant injury. But the reality is that we must have the greatest deterrent possible. And therefore, with those who are here, I absolutely support this bill. And I'm obliged to you, sir.
Honourable member for St. Philip North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must say today, this is one of the times in Parliament where every single speech that I've heard thus far has added to the discussion. I wouldn't say debate, because I don't think anybody is arguing about the benefits of this amendment to the legislation. But I want to say out front that I appreciate every member's contribution thus far. And that makes it a little more difficult to bring up the rear here, but it might be a matter of repetition, so please forgive me. I congratulate the Honourable Member for St. Joseph, who brought the legislation into the House. And he began by saying that the country is safe. And the legislation really and truly makes me feel better about that, but I can say I'm not sure. After today, I believe the general public, including myself, would feel a little safer in this community. Imagine the angst I feel when I get home late at night. Between getting out my car and getting into my house, I get a measure of palpitations, worried that somebody might be hiding around the corner, because we have heard stories, and it has indeed come home for our constituencies in St. Philip North. The Honourable Member, in St. Philip, the Honourable Member for St. Philip West, and that of St. Philip South. This is new in a sense to St. Philip. We have never seen in my lifetime, that as far as I can remember, the spate of gun-related crimes and murders that we're seeing now. I am, however, I strongly believe that we need to pay attention to perhaps the root causes of this issue, the genesis of the firearm issues and the violent crimes among our young people. We need to think about it, investigate it, act upon it, and in tandem with the legislative changes. I want to start at the beginning, and in the beginning in my mind is where parents come in. Everybody, despite popular belief, everybody is not a natural parent. And many of us need help in terms of navigating that new world for some of parenthood. It doesn't come naturally to everybody. They need support. I think we need to look into issues like more parenting classes, because remember that we're seeing a lot of young parents now, and many of them have been brought up in the environment where they have not had a father figure and sometimes a mother figure, or that they were in the family, but they dealt with guns and drugs, which usually come in tandem. So I think we need to offer support to these parents so that they're able to, as the Honourable Member for St. Thomas said, to train up a child in the way it should grow, in the hopes that it will not depart from that training. Beyond that, and this leads me into the school environment, remember that teachers and other auxiliary staff of the school environment see these issues 5 days a week, sometimes more with the new WhatsApp groups. They get the unfortunate circumstance of seeing children coming from home, even in the primary school setting, that are literally high from marijuana use, that can literally tell you what type of guns, I don't even know guns, the father had this morning and what he's planning to do with it this evening. We have children that come into schools with baggage. This is one of the other things that we need to address. We need to remember that school is not only a place of learning, but a place of discipline. There cannot be learning without discipline. And I think the teachers and the other staff need to be supported in this fight. We have to be careful. Yes, the legislation came into Parliament about discrimination in the workplace with respect to how your hair is combed and so on. But I think we still have to bear in mind and hold on to some of the so-called days of the past, the better, quote-unquote, days of the past, where we instilled in our children, in my time, though I might be a little younger, in my head at least, in my time, the thought of going to, the Honourable Member beside me is questioning my youth. Anyhow, in my time, they thought of going to school without your hair combed, without your uniform in place, without your crest pin not in place was unheard of. My brother couldn't get up one morning and decide like doing my cornrows for my hair, not in my father's house. It can happen. And while we need to let children express themselves, there has to be a limit to this expression. In other words, we need to guide them where we want them, and when they reach to the age, they can decide. But the point is, they had the input of the parents, the church, the extended family, as the Honourable Member St. Thomas said. We need to guide them in that sense. A 5-year-old cannot determine what his hair will look like, and I say what his hair will look like. I want twisties to go into school. There is a culture associated with dress and hair, whether we like to deny it or not. That pants below your waist with the underwear up top, some not always tidy, is associated with the prison culture in the States. I think all of us know this by now. We cannot allow these influences to get into our school environment. We need to make sure that there is adequate facilities for counseling, for parents and students, of course, within the school setting. I mean, like, on a daily basis, when you need it, not in a case where you need to make an appointment. A counselor needs to sit in these schools. And believe me, things have gotten worse within the schools since COVID hit. Children some of them have forgotten, and some of them never knew how to interact with children because they were shut up. So they can't interact with other. I think teachers are now seeing an elevation of the fighting in schools, so they're now readjusting, and I think there needs to be some help in that area to help these children to actually readjust. We need to check ourselves as adults, as employers, as teachers, as lawyers, doctors, whatever, and as members of parliament, and how we carry out our day-to-day business, what examples we set, what we are willing to tolerate in our schools and in our workplaces. And the way we dress is exemplary. We need to send something to the population that this is how we carry out business. That we did not start in this house, for instance. We started, like everybody else, at 10 years old. As the Honourable Member for Christchurch South said, we did not come here as we are. We were guided along a particular path. Our parents and teachers instructed us. We worked hard, we got here. The thought 20 years ago was not about weapons and making money from weapons and shooting people. I can't even kill a chicken, it hurts my heart. But people are now killing people like they're stamping ants. No kind of heart, no kind of soul is considered. And as one of the honourable members said, prison is not looked at anymore as a place for punishment. It's looked at as another vacation home for some. And this is what we need to buttress the prisons to make it actually seem like a prison. Not to be cruel, but to put measures in place that you don't want to revisit it by any measure. And I'm happy with the legislation, especially with the issue with not making sentences concurrent. You do 5 years and 5 years and 5 years, and however that adds up, I am a proponent of that, and I congratulate the legislation with respect to that part. In schools, in my day, uniforms were not only for school within the school environment. We had a pride, but also when you were on the streets, your uniform had to be in place. Ribbons had to be in place. Pants had to be pulled up where it should be. I remember, and I could bring this instance with the now late Dame Patricia Simmons. There was a competition on the radio, nobody could see, when one of our students won what you call a walk-up competition. It was on the radio. Nobody could see, I repeat. By the next day, news got to the school, and that child was suspended. This is the things we need to enforce. Yes, it's talk about culture. No, people are talking about walking up is our culture. And I join with the Honourable Member for Christchurch South, who spoke about, and he didn't say outright, but I will do so now, the proposed bashment competition for our younger souls. And it was one of the things that pushed it was that this is our culture. I beg to differ. Bashment soca is not our culture in the way we are seeing it now. And I'm grateful and I'm glad that there were few, I think only one applicant, and that competition was scratched, and I stand by that. Culture does not have to be a walk-up thing, walk up on a woman, you know how that is. And I don't mean to use those words, but they're not curse words. But this is where we have been. A man behind a woman, and children are seeing it. This same mobby thing. The person that is famous on social media he just had a birthday, a 5-year-old child, I think. So it is reaching every strata, it is reaching every age, and we need to be careful on what we do and what we put forward to the general public, including our children. And notwithstanding, everything is multi-sectoral. Everything affects everything in our country. So there is nary a sector that is not affected or immune to the effects of the indiscipline and the instances of crime in our communities. The health sector, for instance, the honourable member for the city was quite right when he said that it is a burden on our healthcare system. The public has recently, maybe a little longer than recently, been incensed on the delays in elective surgeries in the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. And he was right in saying that when emergency cases come in, gunshot wounds, stab wounds, and everything, elective cases are pushed back to accommodate these instances where oftentimes it's life or death. So apart from that, they put a burden on the theater, they put a burden on the bed capacity that we have at the hospital, medication. And let me mention here that some of the victims are innocent within all of this, but not many are. So it involves every sector is what I mean to say. So that is with the healthcare sector there. It involves the social and family life structure. When you lose a father, which is usually a father, but mothers are now becoming involved. It affects how the child grows up. There are no role models, however bad or good. And nobody, in truth and in fact, can bring up a child like a parent. And this is not necessarily a biological parent, a parent that cares. So there's loss of parents, there's loss of income to the household and parental influence. And this directly affects the economy. So we have people that are being shot, some disabled, and we know all the issues that the National Insurance Scheme is facing right now. So you become disabled as a result of a gunshot wound or some other crime. It puts a burden on NAS with disability benefits. When you die, whether it's bad or good, it puts another burden on the NAS because now the minor children who are still in school have to be supported. Something as small that you might think of as the funeral grant, that adds up. Everything adds up on the social system and the economic system with respect to that in our community. It affects the tourism sector. Not a tourist comes to Barbados without checking, especially on social media. Social media is one of the most powerful tools. I gave birth to my daughter almost 10 years ago, and I got a WhatsApp as it got on the ward telling me what the sex of the child, how she was delivered, and the time she was delivered, and they were only out by 2 minutes. And that was from England. Social media is a powerful tool. Tourists go through Facebook and Instagram to see what is happening in Barbados. When our people put somebody that is dying on the street on social media and passing it on WhatsApp, this impacts on the tourism sector and other sectors tremendously. We need the tourist dollar for all it is worth, whether it is low or high at this point in time. We need the tourist dollar, and I'm sure the honourable members for Christchurch East Central is agreeing with me as it is. But I want to offer, I don't know if there are solutions, but just a little guide to what I'm thinking. Many members in here mentioned the awesomeness of the police force that we have in Barbados. But there's hardly a week that I come in here or a day go to work where some police officer approaches me that they're working hard, and I'm happy to see, I think I heard the Attorney General addressing it recently with respect to remuneration. But there is a force-wide consensus that their salaries need to be looked at. But apart from salaries, I met a young gentleman, well, I knew him from before from my constituency. I had the pleasure of being in the company. He won the night this time of the honourable member for Christchurch South. And one of the young police officers was literally concerned for his life. And he asked me to bring up the possibilities. I don't know how true, but they seem to be having difficulties with these police officers being issued personal firearms. This is the gentleman that deals with the, what do you call it, crime bosses, so to speak, in Barbados. He sees them every day. Chances are some exist and live where he lives. And he hardly sleeps at night for fear of his young family, his wife and young child. So these are things we need to revisit. As my neighbor beside me here said, it was you. We need to outfit we need to outfit I think it was the Honourable Member for St. Michael South. Yes. We need to make sure the police force is equipped. You can't go to a gunfight with a knife. You're wasting time. So look into these officers who deal with this thing on a day-to-day basis. It's all right for us to sit down in here and watch it on TV. They deal with it live and direct. See if we can outfit them with firearms. I remember if they are afraid and they are trained, imagine somebody like me. I remember after maybe the first election, one of the gang members called me and demanded money, and I was scared stiff for a week. I reported it to the police. Well, all my windows are glass, and a bullet could stand up to glass. It's not bulletproof. And I had to put an invention there. I had the fear of knowing that 2 people came in my yard at night to see how best they can get in. So imagine a police officer that sees these people every day, and then they're undercover in Barbados. They know the faces. Make sure the police officers are equipped to protect themselves and their families along with us. That is very, very important. Give me a sec to find my way. Okay, with respect to discipline, over the last year, there has been a lot of focus on the government industrial schools and so on. I think we need to have a look at alternatives, so to speak, or at least to strengthen the system. Look at things like putting, instead of that measure of incarceration, group homes, residential centers, childcare institutions, and save the correctional part of it for the more serious crimes. I had the pleasure of looking not too long ago and seeing that the Honourable Member St. Thomas mentioned doing away with the wandering legislation. Most people that wander have internal issues, whether it be in the home, at school. It's just a cry for help. And they really don't deserve incarceration to that measure. So we need to look at that as well. The wandering laws. Children just need adequate help. By wherever means it comes from, whether it be social, whether it be school, whether it be from us. Many of them cry out for help in that way. And we need to understand that. You, Honourable Mr. Speaker, know this better than I do. The blocks. And all of you in this room know how I feel about the blocks. And let me categorize the blocks, because last time I got a cussing for it. Blocks meaning the criminally minded people that gather in a particular area in the community, so everybody's clear. I agree, I still mean that they need to go, but I agree with the Honourable Member who spoke before me, a few speeches before me, that said it's good to take them off the block, but we need to find places to fill the gap. And I am satisfied that we are trying as a government to do so with many of the programs. But keep it moving and keep it active and keep it all inclusive. I agree with that. It was said earlier that, and I agree to some extent, that we need to know how the block is thinking, maybe go on the block and so on. And I will admit here that I am sometimes uncomfortable. I see the block from a different angle from a lot of people. I'm not sure how many people in here sees it. I see the block when I have to put in sutures on somebody that just got stabbed. I see the block when I have to refer a gunshot wound to the hospital. And 5 gang members sit in my office waiting to see what's happened. And I look out my window and this is real. And another 5 from the opposing gang standing up across the road. This is my view of the block. And this is my reason for saying time to be rid of them, find something, encourage them to get into something useful and meaningful and productive in our society. Children are watching, and I am very conscious that mine is watching me where I go and how I do it, including in this house, and I'm sure many members in here are doing the same thing. So I won't keep you long. In wrapping up, I support the legislation, hands down, 100%, as the honorable member said, 1,000%. But we still have to be mindful of the reasons. We need to dig down and figure out these reasons. Because without digging down and fixing the reasons, people would just go to prison, spend the time, and come out, and the cycle continues. The cycle has to be broken. And this is a good time to start with this legislation. The cycle has to be broken. The honorable member for St. George South, I leave here with some food for thought. Spoke about someone being paid $4,000 for a murder. And I leave this with you this evening, if it's still evening. I leave this with you. Who is paying the $4,000? They go ahead to the snake. And it can't only be, usually people that are very successful, quote unquote, in crime are the most intelligent people and well-to-do people. I am not seeing them in the court system easily. I'm leaving that with you. Who is paying the $4,000 to get these men on the street? Who is paying to get the guns in here? And don't tell me it's in a little small block, boy. I don't even believe that. The investigations need to be further than they are. Right now, it's like a salamander. We cut off a little leg, it will grow back. You need to get to the head of this beast. However long it takes, for the safety of our country. In all seriousness, for the safety of our country. People are scared. I am scared. Many of us in here, whether we admit it, are scared. Police officers are scared. We can't keep our children in the house all the time. All of us had our play days, so to speak, play days. When we got to go to a party, you're frightened as hell or heaven, whichever, to let your child leave home, to sleep over, which was a common thing in my time. Scared as hell. Or heaven, let me put that, like one song like that. But I leave those few words with you to ponder on like Mary. And thank you so much for your time, Mr. Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too rise this evening to support this bill. Before I start, Mr. Speaker, I want to wish all of the constituents of St. John traveling mercies, because we're going on that journey together. It is not often that I would, so to speak, disagree with one of my colleagues, but for 4 years, Mr. Speaker, I did nothing but work with the blocks across this country. And in my view, it is a social construct that all of the blocks in this country are negative, and that all of the blocks in this country are engaged in crime. That is my personal position from working, like I said, for 4 years. What I will do, Mr. Speaker, is to share some information with the chamber and hopefully the public about what this government is doing to help as it relates to the block culture, as it relates to young people. And I have often said, Mr. Speaker, that this situation as it relates to our young people is not something that government should be going alone on. And I will explain. I've often asked, whenever I have an opportunity to speak, to encourage private sector to be involved in the process. And we have situations, Mr. Speaker, and I'll give you an example. We have situations in sports where our youngsters, some of the same youngsters who may be on the blocks, are involved in sports at a level where they're representing our country abroad. And I have mentioned before cases where those youngsters are playing, for example, football, and they're concerned about their jobs when they come back. Now, they're not working there on the blocks, but the skill sets are of such that they can play for the national team, and they're playing overseas. but then their jobs are threatened. And you're asking then these youngsters, some of them who are working, they find themselves on the blocks, and maybe if they're not strong-minded or their will is not strong enough, they can go in a negative way. And let me give you an example, Mr. Speaker. We have a situation where one of our national teams just represented Barbados off island. And the manager of that particular team was basically fired on returning to Barbados because it may be construed that too much time was being spent what we consider national duty. And I'm suggesting that these things are wrong, and these are some of the things that impact our young people. How could you be engaged in national duty when you're representing country only to return to be practically fired? But that is the situation as it is, and I hope that we can deal with that. And I'm talking about one of the big entities in this country. But to speak a little bit, Mr. Speaker, about those persons on the blocks, and yes, by and large, it is a subculture because they have their own thing going on the block in terms of how they treat. Even the language is different. Mr. Speaker, since going to the ministry, I have reconstituted the same block committee that I was a part of for so many years, working with those youngsters. And I've said before that it is a good time to be a young person in Barbados because of the many opportunities that are afforded to our young people through the Ministry of Youth and other ministries that are doing things as it relates to moving them forward, the Ministry of Culture. And I've heard mention of this thing called Calmanomics. And I want to say this evening, Mr. Speaker, that there's reason to believe that there's some truth to it, because the last 4 years of this government did more than 10 years of the last administration as it relates to our young people. So I have a grouping, and every single one in this chamber will get a call from the chairman of the block committee as it relates to their intervention on the blocks across this country. And we're providing these youngsters with an opportunity to enter SJPI, Palm Marine, Barbados Vocational Training Board, to source training that persons who have 4 and 6 CXCs that are entering these institutions. The block committee is providing an opportunity for those youngsters on the blocks to go and source the same training as those persons with the qualification bar to get into these particular programs. Mr. Speaker, I have one of the officers that are working in an intimate way with the prison system to reintegrate those persons who are in the target age up to 29, to provide them with a second chance back into society through the same training program that we call the Next Step Initiative. And if I may call his name, Mr. David Denny is the one who's piloting this program. So again, I'm saying that there's an opportunity for our young people not to be involved in deviant behavior. In the second year of my stint as MP for St. John, I was called on 2 occasions because 2 youngsters were shot dead in the constituency of St. John. And it is not about one individual. Father, mother, family, community was impacted by these violent acts. And I'm suggesting, Mr. Speaker, that for those persons to go the route of crime, it must be something peculiar with the particular individual, because if you want an opportunity, this government is providing all of those said opportunities for persons. There's a mentorship program that is coming, Mr. Speaker, shortly through the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Community Empowerment. And the 3 areas are lumped together, they're fused together for more than one reason. The mentorship program, Mr. Speaker, is to help those individuals who may be looking to go down the other road. And we're providing a sounding board with persons who we will vet to ensure that they do not travel that particular road. We're looking to engage and to have a hotline in place, because the truth is that not only as a result of COVID, but mental health is a critical and an important area that we need to hit a target we need to touch. And from that reason, we are engaging and having the hotline. I heard the Honourable Member for Christchurch South mention that 10 years ago, a lot of these youngsters would have been 10 years as well. And we are embarking on a national project. I would have had discussions with my colleague Minister of Education to start a project in the primary school called Moving On. And I need to speak about these things today because colleagues will be aware, but the general public may not be aware and figure that government is not doing anything as it relates to our young people. The Moving On project, Mr. Speaker, is slated to impact those youngsters who are doing the 11+ exam, because after 11+, there's some downtime in the system. And we are providing quality individuals to go into the school system to deliver areas like leadership, conflict resolution, anger management. These are the type of elements of Moving On. And I'm hoping, like I said, that next year that this can roll out throughout the primary school setting with the blessings of my colleague minister. So, to the Honourable Member for Christchurch South, it is possible that we can stem the flow of those persons who are 10 years old by providing this particular program. Mr. Speaker, the Building Blocks program is something that I came and found within the ministry from one of my colleagues who were there before. And this program is seeking again to provide employment for those particular persons on the blocks who are interested in commerce, who are interested in being self-employed. And it just so happened that within the ministry that I am proud to be leading, the Youth Entrepreneurship Scheme is there to buttress that and to provide the necessary training for these individuals to be involved and to make sure that there's some longevity to the business that they're getting involved in. Mr. Speaker, that same block committee that I spoke of, we're carrying out a survey on the blocks to ascertain exactly what it is that those youngsters who are congregating on the blocks across this country want to get involved in. And some of the things that are immediately coming to light is that some of those youngsters on the blocks want to get involved in farming. Again, I have reached out to my colleague Minister of Agriculture to provide land for those youngsters who want to engage. And this will not be a situation where that we're giving them land or giving them a kiosk and then leaving them alone, as I mentioned before. We will continue to do tracking. We will continue to hold their hands to ensure that success is the end result at the end of the day. Mr. Speaker, music is one of the things that the guys on the blocks want to get involved in. To that end, we are looking to engage and we are looking to see if we can have some steel pans and some tutors to be involved in the process in terms of the training on the blocks. There's a festival every year, I believe. There's also an opportunity for these youngsters, if they're proficient in terms of the steel pan, to find work maybe in the hotel sector, to have concerts that they can have some money coming through the chute. Mr. Speaker, I have asked since going to the ministry that every single youth officer, every single one, make sure that one new community group is formed. Why? Because I know from working in the same ministry that there's a need for structured activity in the evening at community level. And hence, if we can have clubs where youngsters can come and learn some skills and be disciplined in a structured environment, then I think it will serve us well down the road. There's an employability program, Mr. Speaker, that is in high demand at the ministry, where we're looking and we're taking unemployed persons and going through a whole training process for the world of work. Now, I've mentioned at the top of this piece that I have asked private sector to come on board, and I want to salute those persons from the private sector who would have embraced the program and are now employing those persons who are coming through this particular training program wholesale. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to come in at the back end of this bill to highlight and to showcase some of the things that are happening through the ministry in relation to our young people, to highlight some of the projects that are coming on stream that will benefit those persons who we deem to be operating outside of mainstream society. Initiatives, Mr. Speaker, that will in a way, reduce recidivism in the system. Because I know, and I know you know, that in most cases, a lot of our youngsters, what they need is a second chance. And the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Community Empowerment are driving every single day to provide that second chance for those persons who otherwise will, as we would normally say, go through the cracks. So, Mr. Speaker, and because of time, I will not go any further, but what I will say again is that it is a good time to be a young person in Barbados because of the opportunities that are being provided by this government through the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Community Empowerment. I thank you.
Honourable Member for St. Philip West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to add my voice to this debate and to support the bill that is being discussed at this time. And just as we have to create laws, sir, that will help to protect our society, I believe we have to create pathways as well as programs that will help provide alternatives to lawlessness. Mr. Speaker, we look to education and to the school system, as many of my colleagues have said earlier, to play our part in helping prepare our young persons to follow different pathways than to crime, and to be able to help them to live a productive and useful life where they're able to do so lawfully. You will recall, sir, that the civics program was introduced in schools just in September gone, and part of the reason for reintroducing that program, sir, was to help some of our young people understand the role that they have to play in society, the productive role, the constructive role, the law-abiding role. And in fact, that program runs all the way from primary to secondary. And you would have welcomed a group recently on Tuesday, just gone by, their civics program for class 2 students right here. And we're able to hear from some of them how this kind of program is impacting the way they see themselves in society in Barbados. And it is not just programs like that, sir. The teachers have to be a very active and important part of guiding the process. Teachers have traditionally been important to the school system, important to our social development, important to supporting our students. And we are seeing teachers stepping up in a significant way to be able to do that, and I'll speak a little bit about that later. Sir, we all know that children live what they learn. They live what they learn. And when we see children at a very young age, some in our own primary schools that are involved in the kinds of behavior and the kinds of activities that we say it is leading nowhere good, it is likely to lead them down a road that is not going to be good for their lives and will probably end them up in the hands of the law. We recognize that most of them are living out fantasies that they are seeing in real life. We had a situation, sir, recently where a young boy brought to school a toy gun. A toy gun. And in his mind, he was living a fantasy of what he was learning and seeing right around him. Children are living what they learn. And therefore, we have to be careful what we are exposing them to. Now, what I am being told by the teachers, sir, and I must say that when I was preparing for this debate, sir, I asked the schools to send us some statistics, and they were looking at academic challenges, behavioral challenges, social concerns, the emotional concerns, mental health concerns, suicide, and some other aspects that was happening across the school system. Sir, what was interesting about the statistics that I saw, and we are still gathering them and still putting them together, sir, is the increase in the number of girls who are actually presenting with behavioral issues and significant aggressions. We have traditionally associated this with boys, but we are seeing now that the statistics are telling us that the girls are almost meeting them neck and neck, 50-50. It's not quite there yet based on the preliminary statistics I've seen, but we are increasing to that level. And so the interventions that have to be made at the social level have to cater not only to our boys, but equally to our girls who are beginning to see themselves in a very aggressive and presenting with more serious behavioral issues. Now, what the guidance counselors are telling us, the guidance counselors who are working in the schools, what they're telling us is that a number of children are coming to them with no one else to talk to. We have within our system, sir, children who are fortunate to have parents and to have teachers and to have guidance counselors and to have faith leaders and to have psychologists or even aunties and uncles to whom they can turn when they want to deal with some of the hard things that they're bringing into school. Because understand, what the teachers are telling us is not so much dealing with the children only in school and their academic situations, but it is what the children are bringing to school mentally, emotionally, that is challenging them significantly. And for those who have someone who can speak to them, who understand their language, who will not judge them, but will rather treat them seriously, who will be able to work with them and guide them, help them think through things for themselves, help them to come to reasonable decisions about what they want to do. For those who are fortunate to have that, yes, sir. But many of the students that we are seeing presenting with a number of the different challenges, whether it is behavioral issues, mental health issues, or other types of issues, many of those children are telling our guidance counselors and our teachers that they have no one else to turn to. Some are giving us the stories of when they tried to talk to others whom they believe they should be able to talk to. The people curse them, use nasty words, they put them down, they make them feel as if what they're feeling and thinking doesn't matter or is inappropriate. And so as a result, they're turning to their peers. They're turning to their peers, some of whom are on the block. They're turning to their peers to give them the answers that they're not getting from others whom they believe they ought to be able to turn to. And some of their peers have had to figure out some things on their own, not all of them by the right way. So they then become the major influences in their heads. And it has taken significant interventions to be able to help some of these students. And I want to give you the good news, sir, that some are being helped. We have increased the number of counselors that are able to work with our schools. We have increased the number of social workers who are now working with our schools. We have added to our guidance counselors. We have now added psychologists, and we're working with the Barbados Society of Psychology as well. We are also preparing now to move towards, to moving New Horizon to a secondary level, so that we can also provide alternative education for those students who are presenting with behavioral challenges, but who also have other challenges that can be addressed through alternative education. We are doing our best, sir, to link learning to livelihoods. We are finding that a number of the persons, even when they're just out of school, part of their challenge is that there's a lag between what they learned in school and they're being able to get a job where they can actually apply anything that they've learned. The Construction Gateway, as you know, is a significant program which is seeking to shorten that gap between I went to school today and learned something and now I can actually apply it and get a job and make some money. That will then keep me out of trouble sometimes and use my time in a more productive manner. We are now seeking to make sure that we are giving more students the opportunity for second chances. Just this term, there are a number of students who had been put out of school that I asked our chief and our deputy chief education officers to go ahead and see what we can do not to leave them out on the street. Some of them had just passed 16, which means they're not obligated to be in school according to our laws, but we know what will happen with them if they didn't get a chance to come back and redo. And you would be surprised, sir, by the number of young people. I had 3 of them that I met in my office, sir, who were able to say, look, they understand, they realized that they made some mistakes and all they really wanted was a second chance. And I think that we have to be in Ministry of Education, we have to be a government with heart when it comes to how we are treating those children who may have made some mistakes about how they behave as well as their academics, paying attention to their academics and making sure that we provide a place for them. Sir, one of the issues we have been addressing and seeking to address is the disengagement of boys in school. And that has been one, in other words, they're just not interested, they're not paying attention, and many of them are getting into trouble, and some of them are being asked to leave school simply because there is, it is not conducive for them to be in this situation. Sir, that is very sad. And what we have sought to do now, as we are talking to more of them and trying to understand, much of it is that what they're interested in is not being taught in schools. You heard a number of our colleagues earlier speak to the fact that we tend to focus very much on academics, math and the English and the academic side, but there are many people who have different intelligences. There are many of them who are exceptionally good with their hands. There are some who are exceptionally good at mechanical engineering and mechanics and industrial arts and those kinds of programs, and we don't have enough of those programs to be able to channel them into, to create that pathway for them to be able to do the things that interest them. We are finding that a number now, as we are bringing robotics and coding into school, we're finding an exceptional interest. I received a video the other day from some young men at St. Leonard's Boys School having a ball, being fully engaged, being active and actually enjoying the work that they're doing. So I'm saying, sir, that the curricula that we put in place have to be the kind of curricula that also speaks to the interests of these children, and we are therefore able to create pathways for them to go forward. Sir, not only is it a matter of putting the kind of social supports in place at schools such as I've described earlier, it's not just only putting the programs in place that will help support teachers and principals now in being able to respond to some of these, because oftentimes the teacher is the first responder before you even get to the guidance counselor or you get to the others. And we are doing what we can to equip our teachers to be able to at least know what to look for, so that when they then have to refer, they're able to do so, and that there is the right kind of support for them to make those referrals. But teachers themselves are the first responders. They're the ones who see the issues long before others will indeed do so. We are also, sir, working with the ministry responsible for youth and sport to make sure that the aggressions that we are seeing in school, is a lot of children need to work off some excess energy to create the kinds of activities within schools that will allow both boys and girls to get physical in a constructive way through sport. We are adding monkey bars in a number of different school environments, particularly at the lower level. We are creating other facilities for sporting activities so that they will now have more physical activity. We are finding new and interesting ways of bringing new sports into the school space. And for example, one of the things we are seeking to do is to ensure that there are some more road tennis courts in a number of schools, with the intention, of course, of proliferating this sport and creating new ways. Some of the teachers have said to us that they have noticed a number of the students are very interested in what they call the extreme sports. Those extreme sports. And so the traditional sports that we have used may very well work for some, but we now have to create an extreme sports type facilities for those young people also who have that interest to be able to move to that level. Sir, I did say that I would not speak long, as the day has been long and the debate has been long, but I will conclude by saying, sir, that we can throw policy at this. We can throw legislation at this situation. We can throw police at the situation. But the bottom line is that we have to make sure that we have people, we have programs, and we are indeed focused on giving them a new sense of purpose through our education and our schooling system. With these few words, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, I would say that today has been a good day for this chamber. We've had the opportunity to fairly thoroughly ventilate the many aspects of an issue that is of burning concern for Barbadians. But our exercise did not end there. I believe that we have come to the point where we complete at least the enactment in this chamber of a piece of legislation which I firmly believe will send a clear signal to Barbadians, to those Barbadians who are on the right side of the law, that we are committed to preserving their interests, and to those who are on the wrong side of the law, that we are committed to ensuring that their reign does not last in our fair land. Mr. Speaker, this is not an exercise that will yield dividends overnight. I think it is important that all Barbadians understand this. This has been a development that has been many years in the making, and my colleagues have, each one of them, pointed to instances going way back where we began to see the cracks in our society opening up. They have all pointed in one way or another to personal circumstances and situations that demonstrate how closely connected they are to the issues that affect Barbadians. In fact, Mr. Speaker, on more than one occasion during this chamber, during this debate, the passion and fervor of my colleagues moved me to a place of great emotion and sometimes tears. Mr. Speaker, we are a government that is not afraid to tackle the many issues that we face. Ours has been the misfortune, though, of having to tackle them all pretty much at the same time. But that is perhaps the yardstick by which this administration will be measured. Our willingness and our capacity to handle things on multiple fronts, all of which, when resolved, will redound to the benefit of our nation. We are a new republic. And with that move towards republicanism, something that we will celebrate the first anniversary of in just about a month's time, we have recommitted ourselves, each of us, to helping to lift Barbados out of difficult times and difficult places. This is just another one of them. We will not be daunted by the size of the effort. Rather, sir, the size of the effort will cause us to redouble our energies and our commitment to seeing this situation wrestle to the ground. I thank my colleagues for their fervent support, and I know that your constituents thank you for standing in the breach on their behalf and for representing their interests, not just in terms of words, but perhaps more importantly, by giving your imprimatur to this piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, I again ask that this bill be read a second time.
Question is that the bill be read a second time. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that you do not leave the chair and that this House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that the Speaker do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
One. I have it.
This House is now in committee
Clause 1.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clause 1 stand part.
The question is that clause 1 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. All members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clause 2 stand part.
The question is that clause 2 stand apart. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clause 3 stand part.
The question is that clause 3 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I beg to move, Mr. Chairman, that clause 4 stand part.
The question is that clause 4 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clause 5 stand part.
The question is that clause 5 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 6.
Beg to move, Mr. Chairman, that clause 6 stand part.
The question is that clause 6 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
7.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clause 7 stand part.
The question is that clause 7 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clause 8 be amended by inserting clause 4, reading as follows. Any firearm, imitation firearm, or ammunition in respect of which an offense under this act has been committed shall, with effect from the date of the conviction of the accused person for that offense, be forfeited to the state. With that amendment, sir, I beg to move that. Sorry? Yes, sir, it would be clause 30, subsection 4, which will be inserted. Beg to move that clause 8 as amended stand part.
The question is clause 8 as amended stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 9.
Beg to move that clause 9 stand part.
The question is that clause 9 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 10.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clause 10 stand part.
The question is that clause 10 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 11.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clause 11 stand part.
The question is clause 11 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Important.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that you do not report to His Honor the passing of one bill in committee with one amendment.
The question is that I do not report to His Honor the Speaker the passing of one bill as with amendment in committee. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. All members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Chairman of committees has reported the passing of one bill with amendment in committee.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be read a third time.
The question is that the aforementioned bill be read a third time. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that this bill do now pass and be cited as the firearms Amendment Act 2022.
The question is that this aforementioned bill be passed and so cited. All those who are members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This bill is passed and so cited.
Recommit.
The Speaker, recommittal papers.
Honourable Member Christchurch East Central.
Being Community and the African Export-Import Bank, AfriExim Bank.
We need high tech, sir. Mr. Speaker, with that, we've come to the end of our business for today. Let me thank members for their participation. I beg to move that this chamber now be adjourned to Tuesday, 8th November at 10 a.m. in the morning.
The question that this aforementioned, this chamber be adjourned until Tuesday, the 8th day of November at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 8th day of November at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.